enemy is exactly the person that he or she says it is? How do I not give some piece of information which is sensible to someone who is not entitled to? How do we safeguard the information which is protected by the law from leaking to people who are not authorized to receive it? These are issues that we face actually every day. Everybody knows that in December there was a breach of the service in Ukraine, and my work stopped for a few days because I couldn't do anything. So one of the very important issues is security. How do we secure the information? How do we secure the data? Because more and more public servants, consuls including, they receive access to this information. And the more people get access, the more important the question of security is. How do we safeguard everything? I'm not sure if you touched upon these questions in the previous presentation, so you will discuss them. But I hope that my questions will give you and the people who work in the sphere of digital technologies and the technologies of tomorrow to think about it. Because we need to, especially in Ukraine, because we are fighting the war nobody has been fighting before, and with the technologies that nobody has been using. Some of them are put to use in different way that they were invented. We are kind of the huge lab where the time span from the idea to the implementation is very short, sometimes like weeks, months, when usually it takes years. So we have to think about those issues. Again, I am a public servant, always thinking about the public services, because that's the sphere I know best. We have to think about them today, because tomorrow we'll have no time. We have to act. We will have to to okay, to act, to make decisions based on what we know, but the knowledge field will be different. There will be knowledge that we don't have today. Maybe my kid will have to deal with the problems I create for him in my lifetime. So I wish you all a very productive day. I'm very happy usually when people start talking about the reconstruction, renovation, and the bright future for Ukraine. Because when you open the news, it's all very bad. We will die, and if not tomorrow, then the day after tomorrow. And when people talk about something hands-on, something applicable, and very particular issues, it's very inspiring. And we have to tell other countries, the diplomats are supposed to tell other countries why they should vote for Ukraine, why they should support Ukraine. And we need inspiration for that. So the events when I see people who are not giving up, who are fighting for their communities, who are doing something to improve life in Ukraine today with what they have, and who are thinking about how you can do better, it's really inspiring. So thank you for inviting me, that I could touch this atmosphere and see people who care, who are not passive and who work, who care, and the people for tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming. Thank you for your words. We touched upon the data security matters yesterday a little bit. Hopefully we'll mention this today because indeed for Ukraine it's a very serious matter during the wartime. I'm happy to invite now for welcoming remarks Daphne Gross Janssen, Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development.
Thank you. Welcome, everybody, on behalf of the ministry. Um, as she just said, I did have a speech prepared, saying how actually what we are doing today, what we are trying to help Ukraine with in rebuilding was, connected to development cooperation, because we have been working on decentralization with Ukrainian partners for years on end. And then I made the mistake of reading the news this morning when I came over on the train from Berlin. And somehow the words I prepared stopped making sense. So I'm going to be kind of spontaneous, and I hope that those words will make sense to you, to us, and that we will actually be having a meaningful dialogue today about rebuilding Ukraine amidst huge uncertainties, not only through the ongoing war, but also uncertainties that come out of what we are doing today, what we are witnessing on the international scene of how supposedly someone is ending this war fast and supposedly in the interest of everybody. And I stopped knowing who everybody was. You need to know that at some point in my life, I trained as a futurist. So as those people who look, 50, 60 years ahead and think how we might want to live, what are actual scenarios that could help us plan for a future that, of course, we don't know, because that's the nature of the future. And it does make sense to look at a city, at urban development this way, because the infrastructure you are planning for, the social infrastructure, but also the built environment, usually you plan with this kind of long-term thinking, and you do ask yourselves, what are the cities we want to be living in? What are the municipalities, the towns? How do we want to build an environment that our local communities actually want to live in, livable communities and cities? And I thought of a quote. You can like or not like Donald Rumsfeld, but he said something about planning ahead for the future that is meaningful in the context we experience today. I'm going to read it to you because it's a longer quote and I just don't have it memorized. He said that there are things there are known knowns, things we know that we know, and there are known unknowns, things we know we don't know, and then there are the unknown unknowns. So those are the things we're going to experience, and only then they will become known unknowns, or maybe known knowns. And most of you working in Ukraine today, you're hugely confronted with these facts. There are things, of course, when you reconstruct your cities that you do know. You do have data on what they looked like before the war. You will have, if you use a GIS system, if you have satellite data, you will have quite a data set on the destruction that has already happened. By now, 3 years into the war, you will know how many IDPs there are living in your communities. You do know that people are coming back from the front injured in body or in their psyche. You do know that you will need to reconstruct communities who can actually accommodate for them, who can care for them, and help them build a meaningful life under new circumstances. But there are also many things you don't know. You don't know how long this war is going to be ongoing. You don't know if you reconstruct something now, for how long is this infrastructure going to last before it's going to be destroyed again, maybe. You don't know if this war is going to end at some point, what Ukraine will look like, what actually the new story will be that you need to tell yourself in order to reconstruct your nation. And of course, there are many practical data you don't know. There's practical data on how many of the IDPs will return to the places they originally fled from. How many of the Ukrainians who fled abroad will come back. How will you integrate a society where people had such different experiences of the war? Some people from outside the country helplessly watching, maybe supporting financially, but they left and some didn't leave. How will you integrate a society where some will reproach others for either not leaving or for leaving? You will find a new way forward. And I think starting from the municipalities is one of the best places to start, because that's where you actually live. That's where people construct their identities. That's where you can gather those data. That's where you can use the data if you have the tools and access to the tools. And that is where you can actually work on at least on the known unknowns, by also collecting qualitative data, talking to grassroots movements, speaking to the people on the street, providing for participatory planning and prioritizing mechanisms. Because the people on the street might be actually able to tell you what they suffer from most. So in the case of scarce resources that most of you are going to be facing right now, and probably even be faced with more severely in the future, um, you need to prioritize. So they will be helping you prioritize what are the most pressing needs. What does the local populace actually think? Um, then you will start rebuilding. And I hope you will start rebuilding in a way that is building forward or building back better. I like the term building forward better, actually. Um, that will account for some of the known unknowns that come out of, for example, climate change. Because of course Ukraine is going to be impacted just like the rest of us. And Ukraine is a country heavily dependent on their crops and the exports of their crops. So changing weather makes a huge difference to all of you, to your cities, to your villages, to everybody. And you will rebuild, I am sure, a country that is livable and that will account for many of those questions. And I am happy, speaking on behalf of the ministry, that we can actually support you in this process. I'm happy that UNITAC can support you with the tools um, and also the capacity building necessary to work with those tools and to work with those data and triangulate data and start planning for the near future and for the longer term future that you want to construct. And I am convinced at this point that we will find that today you will hear a lot of meaningful ways forward. Small steps, because you're living such an amount of uncertainty, but meaningful steps and steps that will help us as the international community actually better understand you. Because you will actually tell a story from that data that you are using. A story that you can tell us and that helps us understand you better. Because there is no two cities in Ukraine that are alike at this point. Depending on where it's located, how close it is to the front, how important it is politically, how much change it has seen through the movement of people. Um, we need your advice and your input in order to understand how we can actually support you in your in constructing your future, the future that you want to shape for your people. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the welcoming remarks, and thank you so much for coming and showing your support to us. I'm reminding that Federal Ministry of Economic Cooperation and Development is funding our project that we're conducting in Ukraine. So thanks to you, we're able to do this work in Ukraine, hopefully meaningful for its recovery. Before I start to actually talking about yesterday in terms of the content and discussions that we had, I wanted just to remind about some key things. This conference is a part of a bigger project that we're developing in Ukraine. The project is titled Just Transitions, Digital Tools and Capacity for Inclusive, Smart and Resilient Urban Recovery in Ukraine. We are working supporting local governments and equipping them with digital tools, solutions and capacities for recovering in a smart and sustainable manner. As Jeza mentioned, representatives of these four towns are here today. We're very happy to welcome them here and to work with them with their passion and motivation and dedication to this process. I also wanted to thank again our partners from Kyiv School of Economics, our colleagues who are representing UNITAC in Ukraine, Alini and Livia. We're looking forward for you to come back and share your experiences in Ukraine. Food and people are usually the biggest things people talk about after coming back from Ukraine. Also, big thank you to the colleagues from Ukraine Urban Lab with whom we have been collaborating within this project, to our colleagues Gwendoline and Nina, presenting their work yesterday also in Kyiv. And of course, all the participants of the yesterday program, all the contributors to the discussion. And this is something we wanted to talk about a little bit closely. So yesterday with Dr. Tatiana Vodotyka, we had a call trying to summarize the first day and to highlight its main insights. There was so many things I wanted to share today, to be honest, but we had to prioritize somehow. So this is just some insights that we found exciting and important. To me personally, it was really nice to hear that a matter of inclusion and equality was brought up so many times by different speakers. Mikhailo Leichenko in the morning mentioned that Hromadas are facing two big challenges. One of them is to collect data, obviously considering all the data gaps we have, but another one is to engage citizens into doing something with this data, making decisions based on this data. And we tend to engage people who are already active and visible. They're urban activists or part of some civil groups. But by doing this, we're neglecting the voices of those who have things to say and to offer, but they're less visible. And this leads me to the second point. We need partnerships, and sometimes very non-obvious partnerships, sometimes with the people who are not that visible, who are not a part of this public discussion, but yet they have something to say and to contribute to this discussion. And I really appreciated this example from Evgenia Drozdova from Text.org, who was providing this example of their collaboration with the company One Soil. Instead of inventing the wheel, instead of developing, investing lots of efforts, lots of time, lots of knowledge into developing their own algorithm from scratch, they decided to get in touch with someone who's actually working with that, who's professional in that, who's specializing in that, who already has data. Instead of duplicating efforts, we can collaborate and to empower each other and to share the knowledge and expertise we have. Also, I think the important outcome of yesterday's discussions was the realization that the gap between different municipalities is huge and it keeps growing. And of course, this is something we need to address. As Anastasia Bobrova mentioned, even before the full-scale invasion, the country was very much divided and not homogeneous. The municipalities had really different level of capacities and sizes and opportunities, but this day this gap is getting absolutely dramatic. Dr. Alirza Mamedov suggested us to reflect what can be the role of the national state in this setting. And Mariana Kuzemska replied to that probably its role can be addressing this gap and trying to reduce it, try to distribute resources in a more equal manner, try to provide some support to the hromadas that are being left behind, because we see a lot that hromadas that are active and have capacities and have knowledge are represented everywhere, and they are developing very rapidly, and they're taking different opportunities and doing the best out of them. But so many municipalities are being left behind, hundreds of them. Of course, the matter of capacity building and development was mentioned, and I'm happy that Daphne also mentioned this. This is definitely something very important for us as an academia, but also as Tatiana Vodotyka mentioned, this is something that should be addressed not only by universities, but by informal education as well. We need to develop capacities and to secure knowledge transfer in other settings than academic one. Dr. Timothy Brick identified one paradox, which I also wanted to share with you. So he was listening to all the discussions during the day, and he was a little bit confused. On the one hand, Ukrainian municipalities are known for their resilience and resistance. On the other hand, apparently they have low capacity. So which is it? Which one is the truth? And Pani Mikhailina replied that it's actually sort of both. On the one hand, indeed, Ukrainian municipalities demonstrated an outstanding resilience, especially we have today as well two hromadas that were occupied at the beginning of the full-scale invasion and survived something that is absolutely impossible to imagine. But on the other hand, we still have uh, low capacities in one way or another, and we need to invest into developing them. The matter of resilience was covered by the presentation of Anna Kuzishin in a very interesting way. She was representing the academic side of the discussion as well. And she was saying that resilience is actually a precondition for sustainability. In Ukraine, sometimes we tend to mix this up and to think of resilience as something very rigid, very stable. However, it's absolutely the opposite. It's something very flexible, very adaptable, something that allows us to react very quickly to the challenges that are coming and changing all the time. I think what was also important for me to hear is a statement of Alex Shevchenko. I liked his idea of digital tool as an artifact. He was saying that having digital tools is not enough. And many municipalities and many stakeholders do have digital tools, yet this doesn't mandatory mean that they use them and apply them to the informed decision making. And this is hopefully something we will discuss today. Today we planned at least a discussion more focused on the implementation. So hopefully we will reflect on that. How do we actually use data and digital tools for making a difference, for making informed decisions? Mm, I loved a lot from Vasil Roshko. Many things he said resonated with me very strongly, but I specifically appreciated his idea that currently everyone who's working on Ukrainian recovery is working for the user of the future. It's not mandatory something that's happening right now. Many municipalities are occupied, actually. They are currently under Russia's rule, yet they're still working on their strategies and their visions for the recovery, which is not happening now and will not happen tomorrow, most likely. This is something about the future, yet still people find motivation to invest into this kind of work in these conditions of highest uncertainty, which Geza also mentioned today. Mm, and another statement of one of our speakers, which I very much liked, Anna Denisenko said that the first step for finding a solution is to evaluate, to measure the problem. So this is why I think we have a common understanding that data and knowledge are absolutely crucial for making decisions regarding recovery. I was very happy to hear that from many of our speakers yesterday, that we need to fill these data gaps that we're having in Ukraine, that we're facing currently, in order to understand the scale of the problems we need to solve now or will have to solve in the future. I also liked the phrasing that Pani Mikhailina suggested. Uh, while she was talking about capacity building, she mentioned indeed we have quite low capacities in some ways, but also we have lots of hidden experts, we have lots of hidden expertise. In many municipalities, we have people who do have technical knowledge, yet they are just taking other positions that are not directly related to work with geospatial data or digital technologies or urban planning. So I think how I interpreted this is that we need to stay curious and to explore ourselves as well and to learn things about ourselves, because we have lots of hidden potential and hidden knowledge and hidden skills that we can instrument, yet probably we're not aware of of what we're having. Uh, During the preparation for this conference, for the first time in my life, while preparing a public event, I didn't face the lack of female speakers. At first, it made me very happy. You will see today that we'll have lots of fantastic Ukrainian female experts and young experts. I'm very happy that we have this privilege to provide a platform for them to share their research and their work. Yet then I realized that partially this is happening in Ukraine because men these days are forced to do other things. They cannot make love, they are forced to make war. They cannot make innovations, digital tools, research, and all the exciting things we have a privilege to do. So with my colleague Anya Brestecka and co-organizer of this conference, we decided to do this. It's a little bit unconventional maybe for an academic setting and professional setting, but anyway, to honor everyone who was murdered in this war while defending our country or as an innocent victim of it, we wanted to announce a minute of silence. So I kindly ask you to stand up and to take this minute of silence to honor everyone, all the victims of this war since 2014. Thank you so much. Thank you once again for coming, for showing your interest in what we're working on, in contributing to this discussion. We have been trying to do this, and we were trying to do this yesterday, balancing between being critical yet optimistic somehow. So hopefully, we will show both sides of the ongoing recovery activities today as well. Uh, I'm happy to invite our first keynote speaker, Alexandra Zarkhina. We built Ukraine Foundation. Alexandra, you're welcome.
Підкажіть, як презентацію? I beg your pardon, the presentation will be available as well? Good. Good. Thank you very much. First of all, it's quite an honor to speak after such deep welcome words. And what I would just like to start. So my name is Alexandra Zarkina. For the last 5 years, I used to work for Ukrainian government from 22 to 24 as a deputy minister on infrastructure, then on the restoration. More importantly, since this summer, we established an independent think tank with the name We Built Ukraine Foundation. So idea is to focus on the economic restoration, but for sure the focus on the things we learned working in the government is the core of our activities. I also was thinking quite hard how to approach this topic while the terrible things happening on the global stage. And I would not quote Trump, but I will quote Voldemort. I recently rewatched the first movie with my 7 years old son, and Voldemort in the first series, facing Harry Potter for the first time, he said, "There is no good or evil. There is only power and how much of you can get of it." So I do believe this notion is quite a motto for many on the world stage who took the power, and they do not care neither about the good or evil. They've been not trying to identify it. And more importantly, in the context of today's discussion, they do not care about the data. And rewatching my slides prepared ahead about the conference topic, I thought how meaningless everything I'm talking about now when the biggest power on the globe are already forgetting about the things they used to teach us. But then, I found my optimism. If in 2022 Ukrainians and Europe as well were united because of Putin, in 2025 it seems we're going to be united thanks to Mr. Trump. What's our work now? We need to fight for our values more than ever. And more importantly, we need to embody our values in the stone. And that's exactly today's discussion is super important because it's our way to compete with the realities which are imposed on us by the autocrats on the global stage. I'm from Crimea. The war really started for me in 2014. And I remember this feeling of the helplessness when you're just, scrolling the news feed, watching the videos and photos and saying, that's not the reality. That's not the reality. But it was made as a reality by Russia, using the power, using the influence. And the only way to fight it is to create our own reality. So we're going to talk about that today. First of all, let me compliment whoever invented the naming of the conference. I really love it. It has everything the most valuable connected to the Ukraine restoration. That's why it was so hard for me to find the naming for my own presentation. It's already there. Everything what is makes sense for the restoration. But what we're gonna try to do? I was trying to build the slides about the principles which we can embody in the realities. Here are the most important things which are part of the approaches to the restoration and which are not only my personal beliefs, but more importantly, it's part of the two important European Union-made documents. It's Ukraine Facility and New European Bauhaus. Again, when someone denies the climate change, we need to keep developing the idea that the climate change actions, Green Deal, can be implemented on the stage of our urban planning and, of course, on Ukrainian restoration. It's, of course, not easy, and we do understand the all realities we're facing. I keep bringing this example when the Ukrainian municipality, it actually was Kryvyi Rih, and we were talking with them about the necessity to think about the nature resources during the wartime somehow, and at the same time, they were chopping trees from the city to build the protections or the passive protection over the city. That's the reality. We do understand that. And in this regard, I do believe we need to bring a bit of the human-centric approach, the human-centered and inclusive restoration. We need to ensure broad public participation in the reconstruction process in accordance with the principle, no one leaving on behind. That's written quite well in the original text of the Ukraine facility, and there is a legal way to come back to these principles if we want to bring coherence in that process. We need to think about the sustainable restoration, and we need to think about the build back better principle or build forward principle. Of course, it's not only about the EU standards, but there is a good thing about EU standards that they do exist. So you have a framework. We have a lot of the ability to be creative in implementing the standards, but the core is quite practical. In many cases, it's just about the energy efficiency and new technologies. We as Ukrainians, we do know how it's important to make our restoration energy efficient. Of course, the restoration need to be decentralized. And I'm talking here not only about the community level. I always keep pushing forward. We need to talk on the level of the people participation. And I have something to tell where Ukraine did quite a good progress as well. We need to make sure and ensure that the decision-making process is transparent, accountable, and data is not only open for the decision makers, but also to the public. Planning and management of restructuring need to be based on the digital technologies. But I will also talk a bit further when there is not enough just to use a digital solution and where we need to do a bit more. Here is a lot of those, boxes with explanation of the existing digital tools in Ukraine. I'm happy that we have Ukrainian communities here who are using them daily, and many of us already even do not, think that they cannot exist. But what I would like to focus here. So first of all, we need to remember that the many of the achievements in the digital transformation in Ukraine started with the hardest part of it, it's procurement. So the Prozora system really set a good standard for the transparency in the sector. Then there are many other things started to happen. We need to look onto the land. So the state land cadastre, it's a unified system for registering and tracking land ownership and usage rights within Ukraine. Things are not perfect with it, but that's such a fundamental thing. Without it, even when you have satellite data, very detailed images and so on, it's just useless when you not have this connection with the legal frame. And here what we have, and there are a lot of things to do further. Then there is a real estate focus, state register of real rights to immovable property. Again, communities know exactly the importance of this registry and the troubles caused when it temporarily wasn't working. And that's why it's quite important to make sure that we keep filling it. And this process is gonna be quite natural because we're moving on in the future, and each of the transactions which are happening now already part of this register. But that's just the basis for all other development. Unified state web portal of open data. Many of the independent journalists, analytics using it quite a lot because it's a tool which allows you to see through different tools, but also through the regional and local level as well. So this platform providing access to government data sets for public use and analysis in Ukraine. Then unified state web portal of electronic services. So that's well-known DIA. We all, of course, like as citizens using it, and I will again come back to it when we're gonna talk about the fragility of the communities and why the digital solutions can also support us in this direction. Then, more important for the restoration itself, the documenting of war damage, the register of the damaged and destroyed property. Of course, that's something which was created after the full-scale invasion, but that's which allowed us to connect the existing process of them, like a construction process, management of the investments with a war period. And e-construction, it's automated online process for registration, obtaining permits, project documentation. All those programs, all those registers, it's quite a privilege for Ukrainians to have. And I need to say that I do believe 85% of all those tools were created with the support of USAID. Happily, GIZ also stepped up, for example, for the DREAM system, which I'll explain more, and I hope that many other solutions are going to be supported either by EU or so on, but that's just the truth. That we had the access to these incredible resources to invent digital solutions and then push the reforms. Because in many cases, the reforms were successful only when you had digital solution to replace inefficient procedures. Because as we all know, corruption, it isn't a monster with many hats. It's in mostly cases just inefficient procedures. It's inefficient systems which are misused while they are also in the obscurity and darkness. Documented for war damage. Here we have this tool. This was created really on the early hours of the full-scale invasion. I remember when we even hadn't yet the proper legal frame how it should be done. We already were sitting together with the Minister of Digital Transformation, with the IT companies, thinking how can we start recording all kind of the damages. At the same time, many of the other initiatives were appearing, including Kyiv School of Economics and many others who were working on analytical basis by collecting the data about the destruction. For us representing the state, it was super important to make sure that this data not just real from what we see, but also verified and put as a legal document. So we did it. And it's more importantly that this register became part of the bigger project, which led by Council of Europe to report all damages, and which includes not only real estate, but also many others like a business, but also human rights losses, nature resources, and so on. So the first digital tool for the restoration, RDDP, so a compensation mechanism for citizens with damaged housing operates from the Ukrainian government based on the register and the D application. So Ukrainians know this project more like Є відновлення. It really was quite a successful story because it allowed to build the process of the compensation with very limited people influence. Imagine, like I know all Ukrainians know well how it works, but for our audience in here, we need to repeat it. Imagine your apartment was damaged. Windows collapsed, roof damaged a bit. You take your phone and you report about the damage through the DA application. That is step number one. Then this data goes to the local authorities, and the local authorities verifies if the damage really happened. The way of verification, it's nothing, about the very technical description and so on. So it just checkbox. It's a simplified way to prove the damage happened. It's not easy. In reality, we had a lot of challenges with the checkboxing, but frankly speaking, not so much violation. It was easier for everyone who were tackling with that just to do the job as soon as possible and to provide this information to the digital tool. Then the decision, which potentially may have the corruption risk on the compensation, it's not done by the local authorities on the place. That's the data inside the system, which using the checkbox coming from the local authorities to calculate how much money you will get for this or this type of the damage. And the money goes not to any, like a public servant's account where they need again to prove that it happened, but to the people directly, to their bank account with the possibility to use this money only for the construction materials or the construction services. This system worked well, and we also verified it with the World Bank, with the Council of Europe, SAB Development Bank, and they also filled this program with money, because first stage of the program was filled with the Russian frozen assets sitting in Ukraine. We had them in the beginning of the war. It was Sberbank Russia money in Ukraine, and that was how we were trying to help Ukrainians immediately. Now this system is developing further. There's a very good and wise solution to start using this for the support of the internally displaced people. So basically, it's the same idea of the compensation based on the digital tool, using the data of what you owned on the temporarily occupied territory and ability to connect it to other projects in the country with mortgage or the cheaper accessible loans and so on. And that's really unique. I love talking about this project with our colleagues in the World Bank because they were never having such subtle system. Normally it was just sort of cash giving, and even with all respect and love for the work of UN doing in Ukraine, it's mostly just humanitarian cash aid without the possibility to do it as transparent and accurate as we were doing that. Many of you also have heard about the DREAM system. So it's a single digital interface for the restoration. Initially, the idea was to tackle the restoration challenges of Ukrainian reality, of the nature of decentralization of that process. When I'm reading about the German experience of the after-war restoration, Japan, many other places, in many cases, that was exactly the moment when the war is over, when the catastrophe is over, and reconstruction starts. That's nothing to do with Ukrainian realities. And we all know quite well that Ukraine's restoration started in spring 2022, and it's happening all the time. And I do believe it's part of our resilience. How it was happening, it was never, ever look like something who had restoration, especially war-related restoration on the world map. There wasn't a big planning. There wasn't, like a big bunch of money, which you can, I'm giving them here, here, here. That was vice versa. That was in Ukrainian, we have a good meaning of the word poloka. It's when people are gathering to do something together and each brings whatever resource that they have. And that was happening. It was decentralized from the point of view of the recipients. It could be private company, it could be NGO, it could be local self-government, it could be ministry of something. and decentralized from the point of view of the donors. So everyone were trying to do everything. And having this multi, process, we knew the only thing we can do is just to collect this data and make it at least visible for us what is happening. So that's the main idea. But also it became more and more interesting, more and more complex. So it's not only used to just oversight the restoration, but also to increase the efficiency and quality of the management decision making, monitoring of the recovery process, and more importantly now it becoming the part of the public investment management reform. So public investment management reform, it's also one of the big challenges for Ukrainian government right now, led by the Minister of Finances with the participation of the Minister of Economic and also with the participation of the Minister of Development. It's initially the reform which need to answer the question, how Ukraine set the investment priorities. There is already good moves in this direction, and I'm very happy that the DREAM system is used to collect all the projects for the PIM reform, but there is limitations of the digital system. Because it's the question, what is used as a foundation for the prioritization? Is it just the methodology to evaluate the project? Or maybe we need to finally have some more strategic document connected to the economic priorities of the countries to answer not only the questions, okay, we are investing in this project because there are more people who can benefit from this investment, or we see here that the lower cost. That was our approach in the 22 and 23. That was exactly the methodology we developed together with the World Bank to evaluate the influence of that. Now, when we are entering the fourth year of the war and the resources are getting smaller and smaller, we really need to keep working on this basis, which should be the economic strategy for the country, and very severe discussion. Okay, we're investing here or here, not only because we want to bring children back to this community, but because we are thinking about the economic restoration, about the taxation, about the necessity to make sure that people are going to have the working places in here and not only restored infrastructure. There are a lot of challenges here. I do believe that the next stage of the system development going to be into the project management, and that's exactly the need of the communities I keep hearing now. We need to move forward from just strategic planning and start working on the project preparation and project implementation. It's way more harder. It also demands more resources because it's financial resources, if we would like to say, but still that's something which we already need to do. Many communities doing successes. I see a lot of the things which were happening, especially after URC Berlin this last year, but also there is a big challenge for Ukraine, especially now, especially on this global stage with all this uncertainty, it's to start working with the private investors. It's hard. Not many people understand how to do it, but that's just the top priority which we need to accept. And we need to be creative in a ways how to invite them, how to show that their risks aren't so high and maybe their possible returns are better even than the risk to get your infrastructure destroyed. Because I keep talking to the German businesses working in Ukraine as well. Their revenues keep growing. They're very modest about that. Of course, they will not publish, nice media release about that, but they are quite happy working in Ukraine. And for them, it's not a humanitarian action, it's just the economic. And almost each of the biggest companies, they are working 50% for Ukraine's internal market and 50% for export to Europe. So that's the reality. And it's just the way we're going to talk and keep fighting for the possibility to work with our partners. So here it's again a bit more of the dream benefits for the communities and donors. I put an alarm to make sure I'm not talking too long. And here you can just, you'll have this slides for sure, but that's important that there's already very good basis. And I keep saying that the dream is a good foundation, but it's not enough, and more importantly, what can be developed based on the dream. And mostly, I keep working and thinking what can be done with the citizens empowering. And that's coming back to the idea that restoration need to be human-centered. Finally, on January this year, the president signed the law empowering citizens and strengthening local democracy as a part of the reconstruction effort. It's a direct voice in community rules. So now it's written in the law that the communities obliged to make sure that the people, the citizens, are part of the decision-making investment processes over the reconstruction. Even more importantly, it's written down that it's internally displaced people who also need to be integrated in that process. Opportunities to be heard. Public consultations and hearings provide platform for the citizens' input. Empowered community assemblies. General meetings of residents have greater impact. The ability for citizens to vote directly on specific local matters. Communities have a greater say in how their local budgets is created and used, and more open and accountable government. That's really quite an achievement. And for sure, many who were criticizing this law when it was still a draft law, they were saying, oh no, it go and, slow down the process even more, and how we gonna, provide better and faster solutions when we need to have more consultations with the communities, not only to build the strategy, but also to fight with all local activists. Too much, too much. But the solution is actually here. We need to divide the restoration as a nation building process, which should be well planned, data driven, which should be really as transparent as possible, but also the emergency restoration and recovery, which is just happening daily, and of course will not be including the such, democratic processes when your transformator on your substation is destroyed and you need just to replace it, or there's just very urgent necessity to, I don't know, to remake the roof over your hospital. It's understandable. Of course, the line is tricky, but it's possible to make sure that this process is well planned. And again, when you have this digital map, what is destroyed, where the people are, and so on, the decisions are easier to be taken. You've seen this slide with many of the existing tools in Ukraine, and they are really incredible. But if you compare them with new opportunities, it's just the beginning. Of course, artificial intelligence, digital twins, and virtual reality will be part of the restoration process. I recently had a consultation with one of the leading Ukrainian IT firm, and they were showing me how they're already working on this virtual situational center, Ukraine Situacyny Center. So it's like a really possibility to wear the VR glasses and to see what you have on the ground. And more importantly, that's not just like fun to sit in those glasses and oversight what's happening on your community level. There's possibility of the AI to analyze where is the problem, when you can see where there's a break somewhere, or where there's some problems in the people movement, why for sudden they stopped, using this road, and so on and so on. So there are many things to do, but for sure, one thing we did right with the beginning of the full-scale invasion, because we invested in the core data. After that, it's more about the creativity, how it can be used. Again, this even image was AI generated, so, like it's very easy. That's not AI generated. That's a very important slide for me, because it brings us back to the idea of the Ukraine's restoration as not just a physical process in Ukraine, but also Europe's process. Yes, destruction is happening in Ukraine, but you know the numbers of Ukrainians which are now here in Europe. And unfortunately, if we will go further with this kind of the negotiations, we might have even more refugees from Ukraine quite soon in Europe. And then going to be the moment when we as Ukrainians will need to think how to protect our identity and our community through digital tools. There is a good leadership of the Minister of Digital Transformation in thinking about the concept of the digital state. So it's actually idea when you can be still a citizen, just using the D application, fulfilling your obligation as a citizen, but being even outside the country. It's quite a concept, virtual citizenship, but that might be one of the ways for us to keep moving in the direction to survive through the destruction. So before I'm saying like a thank you, I'm just going through to make sure that I covered everything which is the most important. So we do understand that the things we are working now is the core. So it's not less, it's even more important to talk and work in the direction we used to work. We need to make sure that the climate change isn't just, the motor which lost the, popularity at some places in the world, but we need to make sure that our restoration is keep focusing on the climate change mitigation. And frankly speaking, from what we learned in Ukrainian experience mitigating the war damages, it's quite close to the mitigation of the climate change. It's the same necessity to build the tools to answer the emergency, it's the same tools to be able move forward with the decentralized solutions with the bigger centralized system collapse, and the possibility to restore the access for the citizen to the most urgent services immediately. In this regard, we also learned a lot from Japan, which has quite a history of the different type of the restoration, like a war-related, but also natural related. And they have a special tool embedded in the law, which allows them to contract the possible partners for the repair works after the destruction were had. So even catastrophe hadn't happened. They even do not know will it ever happen or not, but the contract exists. And the prepaid modular houses, prepaid like emergency water bottles and so on, so already in the storages. That's again useful both for the war efforts but also climate mitigation. We need to make sure that the decision-making process include not only the communities but also the citizenship. And I do believe the Europe's framework here is the main one for us to move forward. We need to make sure that the restoration is a keep being part of the public investment reform, because the restoration in some terms, it's quite an artificial term. We just have a normal process of working on the whole cycle of the infrastructure project, starting with the planning, project, procurement, implementation. But in the same time, we have to have this term because there is a sense of A, urgency, B, proper planning, because we really want to use this destruction moment as a moment to ramp up and leapfrogging. And probably the last thing I want to tell you, I really recommend you to read the book of Daniel Andrich, Building Resilience. It's quite a deep analysis of the reconstruction efforts around the globe, starting with the New Ireland, but also many other places in the world, which actually proved quite interesting fact that success of the restoration isn't directly depend on the amount of money directed for the restoration. More important is to have strong community. The community which can be self-organized, the community which can provide informal services to each other to allow people to feel the support. The backside of that is the most efficient communities were the ones who were the most conservative. Those religious communities or the communities based on some common interest or also ethnic communities. That's the reality because those communities know a bit better than the modern homo nomados how to live together and how to help each other. But maybe that's something we need to learn by ourselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. I'm inviting our program manager of the project in Ukraine, Abdinasir Shalesagar, for the discussion. Alexandra, please take your place over here, and Abdinasir as well. And please go ahead and start your discussion. Abdinasir is taking a role of a critical front, what we call, for starting the discussion and then giving you a chance to ask your questions as well. And reminder for our online audience, please be active and ask your questions in the chat.
Thank you very much, Mariana. Greetings, everyone. It's really nice to be here and quite a very insightful speech and presentation, which is tough to be critical in a way, but my role here is not to summarize or to critique in a way the presentation by Alexandra, which was quite informative, but to facilitate a conversation right after to see how much of it we can take forward in terms of our own programming, in terms of our own projects and so on. I know you have a lot of questions, so I'll give you some time to think and write those down while I reflect on the presentation by Alexandra. For me, I think listening in, there were three key takeaways for me personally, and that doesn't mean I'm covering the whole presentation or summarizing it. But for me, in terms of, again, relating back to the theme of today, which is the how question. Yesterday, there was a talk about the agents, who are the actors involved in this recovery process, what is the vision. So now we're coming down into the question of how do we do it. I think the presentation really laid out some really good best practice and insights into that. And I have three key takeaways. And I think the first one is the people-centered approach, which was throughout in the presentation, how we need to take a people-centered approach in really implementing these ideas and these visions of the recovery. In the presentation, we've seen the need for the broad public participation, how we need to involve everyone, how we need to really engage and empower citizens, those that have been affected by the crisis, and the decentralization approach in terms of really working at the lowest level and implementing activities right there. And I think our work in Ukraine really mirrors quite those ideas in terms of working with the Ramadas and really engaging them. And we need to do more in terms of engaging them. And I think the question now is, how do you use data and digital tools for those activities? And I think we've seen some examples of that. Some of the systems that were presented really reflected on that, and we have some of the tools also here, and those will be some of the functionalities we will also try to incorporate. The second one is this theme of sustainability. I think in terms of rebuilding and restoring, how do we bring in ideas of green transitions, innovation, quite a lot of things. How do we do things differently to make sure that we're mitigating the impacts of climate change and making sure that the communities have the resiliency to withstand those effects? I think that's something that also came out very strongly in the presentation. The last one is what I call this, and that's something that has been used also, this concept of building back better. And I will focus more on the last word, which is better. This process of recovery and restoration is very important. The process of doing it is also equally important. And I think we've heard in terms of the transparency elements, the efficiencies, like, are we making the best out of every buck, especially now that resources are getting constrained, and the role of capacity building, making sure that the local actors have the right capacity to continue this work and to do it better. And of course, also using evidence-based planning in terms of data that's collected. And I think we've seen some examples of that. The last system, the DREAM, I think in terms of really mapping all the projects, to me captures that. So I think those are some of my key takeaways. Now the challenge for us going forward is, how do we take these principles into our implementation and really think about it, especially going back to the first one of the people-centered approach. So just wanted to give those reflection of my own. And I have some questions, but I also want to give chance to the colleagues here, also online, to ask questions to Alexandra. Do we have microphones? Any questions on? Oh, here and then we have three, and then we'll come back for another round.
Hello, Alexandra. Thank you. My name is Victoria Jennett from GFA, and we're implementing recovery projects in Ukraine at the moment. I'm really interested in what you said about citizen empowerment, and particularly this new law. I worked in Ukraine from 2016 to 2020 with USAID, actually, maybe the former USAID. And I worked a lot with civil society organizations on an anti-corruption program to select judges who were clean for the various reformed courts in Ukraine. And one of the things I saw and made a big impression of me was the reminder that there is a huge difference between formal legal state power and resources and somehow empowering civil society. And often my experience was there was a huge burden on civil society to participate in new structures and institutions established for them to engage, in the case I was working in selecting judges. They were overwhelmed with data. We had all types of wonderful new tools to get access to information, but still, ultimately, their power, if we can call it that, versus state power is much, much, much lower. And I saw civil society activists overwhelmed, overburdened, and their own security threatened because they expose themselves in the public space without the security and authority that state officials might have. And now, when I think of what's about to happen in Ukraine, I hope with recovery and reconstruction, and I think of ordinary working people with the busy days and raising kids, plus perhaps being IDPs and dealing with all of the loss that has occurred in the last 3 years. What kind of guarantees or resources do we really give people through this law to participate in budget making? To get involved in decision making, because it's really hard to do that without time and resources. But thank you very much for informing us about what's happening now, and very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take the second question and then the third at once. 3 questions. You had your hand up.
Came unexpected. One question was related, but so Alexandra Koidel, Kyiv School of Economics, thanks a lot. It was really an enlightening presentation. My question is about the role of communities. So I know you have worked a lot on doing some improving, let's say, vertical coordination between the national and local governments. Can you tell us a bit more what are the current developments, how you see it, and if there is a space for, let's say, organized civil society, not the citizens, but organized civil society in this kind of vertical coordination? Would it make sense? Is it needed? Too much, too little? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Abigail Kemper from Unitec, also a fellow project of the BNZ-funded Just Transitions project, but in Namibia. It's so interesting, Alex, to hear about the role that DIA applications and tools have played in empowering citizens and giving them agency to be part of the rebuilding process. It's really exciting, and there's so much we can learn for other contexts. I'm interested in the trust element, so how people have built trust in that the system will work, that funds will be distributed fairly, that people will use the funds that they are supposed to be using for the right reasons. And I'm interested, there must be lots of contributions to that trust building, but I'm interested in how digital tools have contributed to building trust, or the opposite, and what we can learn from that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think 3 related questions, one on community, citizen empowerment, what the role of communities are, and then the last one on the topic of trust.
Can use this. I was lucky that those 3 questions are quite related. So, on the first of all, on this new law, the guarantees for the civil society. So here I would stand on the position of the ordinary local authorities public servant. They are not in a better position than any of this, civil society activism or whoever. Frankly speaking, the situation in Ukraine just reminds us all that probably sometimes you need to be in the reality when there is no guarantees, because you don't have any other options. I remember when we were reopening the Odessa seaport, and there was negotiations coming, and of course it was quite a tough process, and it all started and happened, frankly speaking, because of the private companies which just started sailing and just started operating their seaports. Weren't they under the risk, terrible risk, like a risk of physical annihilation, but they took this risk and they made it possible, and that's like one of the core sources of Ukrainian economic resistance. And I was getting the questions like, but this employee in the seaport, he risked his life. I'm saying, yes, everyone in our beautiful country risking our life just being in there. So that's, frankly speaking, quite a terrible burden we all, having now. And I need to say that I have such a, especially spending like this, 5 years in this, in like a public service related, and 2 years in a position, but local authorities are really just the unique. They are now having the biggest burden of everything related to the restoration, restoring the public services and so on. But saying that we are all in the equal positions, and there's no like a, now in Ukraine we're in this position where we don't feel that here's the state and here's me. We're all in the equal positions. There are bad, corrupted people, like which we all hate. Either we're in the state, either we in the like a civil society and so on. But that's just like, again, that's the source of the solidarity. But practically speaking, no, there are no any, like a special guarantees in this law. I totally agree with you that there is a problem with multiple tools where there is, ability to invite the civil society, and in the end, it just the image, or even worse, in some places, especially in local level, because on the central government level, it's more visible. There is a, you know, civil society which isn't a real civil society, which is just again the friends of the mayor or whoever, and they're just playing the roles. That's also not nice, but we need to have these tools. In some places they're going to be misused, in some places they're going to be empty, but we need to have it. And in some places, at some point, someone will appear and keep protecting the rights. But also, I see a lot of opportunities now with the changing of the structure of Ukrainian civil society, because with the first Euromaidan, but also with the start of the full-scale invasion, much more of Ukrainians started to give money for the volunteers organizations, first of all, and of course it's all related to the war effort. But when the war gonna be over, those people already learned how it's to pay, I don't know, 1,000, 2,000 hryvnias per month to some of the activism because they find it's important, and I'm sure that we're going to have more of this, grassroots civil society organizations, because we had luxury to have USAID support, to have GIZ support, but we also need to build our real civil society, which is not just expert and financed by the donors, but supported by the citizens. Sorry for the long reply. The second question, Alexander, thank you very much. So for the role in communities in now, devil is in details, and what I see as a huge risk is just this process of the decision making, because even when we was started to create dream system as a tool to gather the information but also to empower the decentralized approach, one small amendment which changed the possibility not of the communities to submit the project, but only after the approval from the oblast-driven level administration, it changed everything. Because like it's small. It's even hard to to see it in this changes sub legislation. But that's the moment when the central government role taking back the power, and in this case, digital tool isn't serving for 100% the role they should to serve. The same for the public investment management reform. So like IMF is quite strong in a positioning that it's Minister of Finances, which is gatekeeper in building all the priorities. And the voices of the communities at this stage, at that reform, aren't protected. So like the initial idea was to protect them through the strategic documents prepared by the communities, past the public hearings as well, with all important procedures, and then to make sure that wherever is supported on the central government level, it can be taken only from the community strategy document. It doesn't work 100% like that now, because it happens that it's just like the moment of the decision making happening again in the level of the government. So it's more look like classical budget process. So there are challenges, and that's where we need to be as focused and vigilant as possible. And for the vertical coordination for the civil society, of course it should be in place, and I really interested again in seeing how the local NGOs can be part of that as well. I do believe that's the source of the development. And again, business. So like Ukrainian businesses for a long time weren't in the in the public sphere at all. There were oligarchs backing up different political forces, but not the business interested in supporting this or this agenda. Now I think it's changing, and of course there should be transparency in these processes. We need to understand which business supporting which initiative and so on, but it should start in. And I see more and more demand from the business part on that. And the third question on the agency for the citizens and the role of the digital tools to ensure this trust. I do believe it's super important, and I see how it's helping to build this, competitive reality on which I started to talk about. Because again, there's an interesting thing about the disinformation. We're trying to, when we see non-truth, we just say, no, that's not truth. People are not eating cat and dogs and so on, right? That's what we're doing. But I've recently had a discussions with the researchers who are working in that direction a lot. And the solution isn't just in blaming that that's not truth, but solution is again in a building a competing reality and just showing this reality. And to be focused, and it's easy because your reality is connected to the truth and the real world. But that's the way to do so. And I do believe that's where the digital solutions need to be as much as possible connected to the ground. And I could say that recently Ukraine lost some points in the transparency index. I've read explanations coming from Ukrainian NGOs and so on, and I'm quite sure that the main reason for that was exactly the corruption scandals in the public media. It's not easy to keep, fight with the corruption during the war, but a lot of things are happening from the reforms point of view, but it's also just the crucial, terrible realities of the war, which, and we have very bad experience when people are starting to be more corruptive. But I do believe in this regard, we need to be honest and accept the reality, saying, yes, there is a corruption. Yes, we are fighting with it. And that will give more trust than just, desire to say, oh, no, it's all very beautiful and just like a butterflies and flowers.
I hope online colleagues can hear us also. Very good. Thank you for those responses. We'll have another round of questions, but I wanted to ask a question also that I had in mind. I think we here, even Unitech, also we're building digital tools to support this process. You've laid out several examples of digital tools that are existing. And I think as a former Deputy Minister of Infrastructure, I wanted to ask, how can we ensure interoperability of these systems and also integrate them into the country systems? From my experience, a lot of times, when interventions happen in international development cooperation, there's so many actors building different tools, and then those tools sort of, in a way, not disappear, but sort of really die after the projects. So how do we really ensure that we embed this into the Ukraine's own country systems, which seems to be quite advanced in terms of digitalization and infrastructure? And then after that, we'll come to the colleagues online or in the room for another round of questions.
So really, if your project goal requires for the solution to be interoperable with the other solutions in Ukraine, you should start with the consultations with the Ukrainian government. And it just like the only reason why our solutions during the 5 years, starting with the road agency, then infrastructure, then restoration, we built more than 15 different digital solutions. It became possible because it was embedded either in the law or in the experimental sub-legislation. Otherwise, the risk to erase this solution is very high, especially if the solution tackles the corruption. One of the projects which I'm now very worried, and I keep looking what's going to happen with that, it's not connected to the restoration, but it's important to raise it here in Hamburg. It's about the seafarers' rights. So before the full-scale invasion, there was a huge scandals around the corruption for the sailors, Ukrainian sailors, which are working hands for many countries and the maritime trade. The amount of the corruption was for one sailor, depending on the level of the document he wants to get, it was from 2,000 to 10,000 US dollars. And it's incredible corruption. So basically, what is it? You need to renew your sailing documents with a different periodicality. And that was the money they were paying. What we did. So first of all, there was quite an example because there was a digital solution in this corruption schema. So the private company owned physically owned the state register of the sailors. And we had a special operation together with the Secret Services of Ukraine, SBU, and the Minister of Digital Transformation. And we physically just took the register from the bad guys. Now they're winning in courts. But making sure that it's not only that bringing back the register, of course, we made all the procedures clean and so on. We added an alternative for the state procedure. We added an alternative for the sailors to go for the CS6. It's a Norwegian testing system. So if you don't believe the Ukrainian system, go and pass Norwegian test, and you'll get the same documents and so on. We also added possibility for people to do it in DIA again, so any sailors can do it now. So we really, we've finished corruption in this sector. Now, I don't know, it's really one of the cases which I gonna be follow very, like attentively, because we haven't managed to put it into the law. It was a huge lobby inside the parliament, and it was only experimental sub-legislation, and it can be reversed. So I just hope that the civil society and the sailors themselves, with the out loud ability, they gonna push it forward. Sorry again for getting in too much details, but just put it into the law. Otherwise, yes, it's gonna be forgotten. Sorry.
Thank you. Any questions online, Marina, that we can? No questions online, so we have a chance to ask in-person questions. One, and then two more. We'll take
And then-
yeah, two, and then we'll have
Thank you a lot, Alexandra, for your inspiring presentation. My name is Sofia Chuluyevets. I work in a private company in Leipzig as a project manager for integrated urban development projects. And part of my work is work in neighborhoods, participation, neighborhood management. And I often face the inability of elderly people to engage in online participation formats. So I was wondering, what are your thoughts and experience on it? Because like the so-called offliners, they often do not even want to learn to engage in online tools, so you have to offer alternative formats to reach them, and it's like really important, especially in areas where we all only have elderly people. For example, in rural areas where the majority of the population is often elderly people. And also from my experience, there is like, I face the need of some kind of participation culture, because often when you engage in a dialogue with people on a certain topic and you ask them for their ideas, they always come up with the same ideas, not knowing what was checked before, what was discussed before, and it's always like going on in circles and in circles. And how can we foster this participation culture so that people do not only engage in decision making when there is a certain topic, certain question, but stay tuned with urban development like regularly. So I'm thankful for your thoughts on it.
Thank you for that question, and thank you for bringing up the digital divide. I think we usually forget about that, so thank you. And then we'll go next, and then one more question. It doesn't have to be a question, also you can provide your own reflections.
Sorry, I really didn't want to take the whole space. I'm
No,
sorry.
go
I
ahead.
just got the example with the salespeople is a very impressive example, and I'm sure it is not like everyone was happy that you did it, right? So I'm just thinking, unless you're, I hope I'm not asking something very secret or something, but is there a way to protect public officials like you know, doing this work, and like where do you actually find all this energy and the support to do these kind of changes? Well, I think it's important because it also relates to what you said about the civil society at the local level.
Thank you. So on no, one more. Sorry.
Just in case, but if I don't see any hands, so yeah, one more.
Thanks a lot. So my name is Jonas. I'm from Technical University of Berlin, and we are going to prepare some citizen assemblies with municipalities in Ukraine in April with Alexandra and some other colleagues. And I also want to relate to our friend from Leipzig, where she asked about the urban, like the divide, like the digital divide in terms of like getting older people into participation. And my question is like to you, Alexandra, what do you think about citizen assemblies? What are the challenges? Can they be a solution, like a non-digital solution for empowerment of communities in Ukraine?
Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you. So on the digital divide. So first of all, yes, of course, it's a problem, and it's elderly, but also city, village, rural areas. So it's a huge need. For the most important projects where especially some kind of the compensations and so on were related, we used as an alternative two things. It's so-called SNAPs. It's a Centers for Administrative Services in Ukraine, but also just Ukrposhta, so Ukrainian Postal Services, and also mobile teams. So that was the easiest solution to reach people which are not as, for whom it's hard to do the same job with the digital tools. But at the same time, I don't have proper analysis of it, but I do believe mobile phones became very accessible. The network is way more accessible than, first digital tools started to be implemented. And from the data we have, for example, for this e-restoration project, we had a lot of elderly people. I don't have exact numbers in my hands, but that's a proper usage. In many cases, that weren't them by self, so it was other relatives or the neighbors helping and so on, so on. But it's happening. So that's the things where we are. And I also do believe for the question you raised on the participation culture, it's totally true. And I also do believe that one of the biggest challenges of democracy in general is exactly where we are building the institutions, but in the end we have empty rooms. I've been in Genoa this summer. It was quite a depressing experience for me because I was walking this, like a beautiful palaces where the previously the res publica with the discussions about the virtues and the direct participation were happening, and now it's just like useless. Like it's not used. There are no public dialogue at all. The city is empty, and they cannot not to own the city as they owned before, and they cannot integrate the refugees which are flowing to the city. Just collapse. I don't know what's going to happen with this beautiful city. Hopefully they will find out now, but now it just looked like a like a died city because those empty rooms are not filled with a generally assembly or something. So, and I do believe the only way to tackle it, and it's just like a huge thing, yes, it's a bit cultural, but also it just somehow to showcase to the people that their life depends on that. It's hard, but because but while we're not doing that, we're going to have more and more autocrats taking our countries, and like in the next 30 years we're going to speak about the democracy as some like a fairy tale. So I am dramatic as that about those things. And that's very connected to your question on the General Assembly. I totally believe that we need to find a solution to bring people from those, high-level discussions when everyone you're following each, like a Trump's tweets, to the local actions. I keep talking to my parents who were patriotic. They left Crimea after the occupation. They're very engaged. They're giving the donations, but they're doing zero on the local level. And I'm saying you have free time. Why are you not doing say they don't know what to do? They don't know their neighborhood, and they're not thinking that something can be done on their level. And that's really, I do believe, something which therapeutically will be necessary for our societies, and the things like a general assembly is important, and we need to think just how to maybe make it even smaller to engage people, not just formally, but with the things which matters for them. So it's very vague answer, but I'm quite dramatic about that, and I do believe that's the way out.
Thank you. I think we're coming to the close of this session. I think they're very good questions, very engaging. For me,
Forgot to answer the sailor's question. No, it's fine. So it's no, it's quite crazy. Yes, that's true. There's no way to protect when you did something. It's vice versa. You are not protected because like we as a team which recently left the government, we're still not sure if there won't be any, like criminal cases open against us. And like you exit the government with this like PAP position, but it's not only like a financially difficult to tackle with the banks, but it's just very hard for you to keep working, because in many cases you are considered as a political exposed person, so everyone need to be very dangerous with you. And I'm like, I used to be part of the civil society. I've just come back. It's super hard. So it's really just emotionally hard, and legally, no, I don't feel protected. And the only thing is just like to make it as public as possible. So happily, that's something which still works, and there's the ways to move on. For the sailors, 100% that's the case. So I do believe the only thing which can tackle a bit. So they were playing dirty politically to make sure that we disappear from the scene, because people were making millions out of this scheme, was really millions. And unfortunately, it's connected to the MPs because it was connected before. And it's like, but again, as so many people are interested of this schema not to come back, I just hope that it will survive. And when there is a openness from us as actors, I hope that truth will prevail. That's the only thing.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Thank you. No, that was very, very good. And I think concludes our session. I think we have several key takeaways from not only the discussion we just had, but also the presentation. For me, some more readings I have to do on one concept that you introduced earlier in the presentation, but we didn't touch on the discussion. This concept of the digital state, the virtual citizen, but that's for me to understand more how they can also be empowered and engaged in this process. So we conclude in that. Thank you very much once again, and really appreciate your presentation and the discussion. Thank you for the engagement and the questions, and also for being with us here. The next thing is lunch, I know, which is quite exciting. So I'll pass it back to Marie.
Thank you very much.
Indeed, it's lunchtime. So thank you so much for coming. And we see you at 1 o'clock for the panel discussion localization right here. So please take your time to have lunch, to relax a little bit, to chat with each other, and see you at 1 o'clock. Hopefully you had some time to recharge, to have lunch, to have some interesting talks and networking in the meantime. And welcome back to our online audience. I remind you that you can listen to the conference in Ukrainian. You can switch to the Ukrainian channel in Zoom. You are also very welcome to ask your questions or leave comments. We will do our best to include them in our on-site discussion. We have chat moderators, so if you're facing any technical difficulties, we will try to solve them as soon as possible. And please be active and interact with us. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you again for coming. And I'm happy to announce our first panel discussion for today and our third panel discussion during these 2 days. It's called Localization. We have fantastic international speakers with us, and we have my colleague Anya Berestecka as a panel discussion moderator. So I invite you and give you the floor.
Thank you very much. I invite all our speakers, we just can sit here, grab some water and make ourselves comfortable for our discussion. And meanwhile you're sitting, I will talk just a few moments what this topic is about. So hope you're all back. Hope you now all have energy after the lunch. And yesterday and also today, we were talking a lot about who is doing the recovery and what recovery actually means for the people in Ukraine. And now we're here in Hamburg, sitting with also international organization and people who work in this international organization wanting to help Ukraine to recover as best as it can. And the very important question pops up is how do we localize the knowledge from these peoples and the companies who are working abroad in different contexts, different conflict zone, how it's possible to localize the knowledge in which is not about just like pure transfer of what you've done before, but how to ensure that the methodologies and the tools and the ideas that are really tailored to what Ukrainian people need at the country. And I'm very honored to have the 3 brilliant speakers today. Enkel Leskay, expert in digitalization working for UN for Ukrainian cities, who will be presenting the tracking city project tracker in Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. Rob Watson from Conflict and Environmental Observatory, who is doing research about environmental damages during the war in Ukraine. And Shanmati Rajkumar, who is presenting the initiative Horizon Europe, UCAN for carbon neutrality in Ukraine. And yeah, please, Enkel, the stage is yours. We're gonna hear to your presentations. And so for you, the public to know, we will give all our speakers 12 minutes time to speak and present their projects. Then I will ask some questions. I have a few, and then I hope also we have a lot of questions in public and we can open a meaningful discussion. Thank you, Anke.
Thank you. Let me try to open my presentation first.
And please speak to microphone.
Yes. I'm not sure how to do this. Like, sorry, I don't use a Mac normally. Sorry. Oh. All right. Great. So thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting me here. I work at the UN for Ukrainian Cities project, which concluded its phase 1 at the end of January of this year. So we're looking currently to jump into phase 2 in a couple of months. Take the chance to thank BMZ, who's the financing entity for our project. I will more specifically speak about the city project tracker, which is one of the five components of the UN for Ukrainian Cities initiative, being that we're talking about digitalization today. So the tracker is a digital platform which is designed to enhance strategic urban planning and project implementation in the cities of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv. It's a platform that it's more than a repository of projects, so we're looking more to give cities a tool that helps them keep track of the vision of the plan of the city, because our project is a bit unique. We have developed master plans for reconstructions for both Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, and having this vision at hand, having this data at hand, it made only sense for us not to consider projects as in silos, but as part of the entire strategy of the city. A bit of context for the tracker. Cities are constantly, obviously, evolving, and these challenges require informed, data-driven decision-making. Often, this data is fragmented, so through our project, we're trying to bring all of this information together and to provide the municipalities with a one-stop shop, let's say, for urban planning and for reconstruction. We want to bring, so it's like we have four ambitions in the city project tracker. Firstly, we want to give a bit of transparency and visibility to the whole process, making also the regular citizens part of this planning for their cities. But we also want to promote donor trust, which is obviously very important in Ukraine, try to finance these initiatives and not just to leave them in paper. We also want this to be very much community focused. So our platform, I'll show you in a minute, allows for any kind of user to access the data. So any citizen can see how their neighborhood, how their city is being developed, what is the general plan for it in the next few years. The platform is also scalable. So once we finish this phase of the project, and we're currently just working with Mykolaiv and Kharkiv, other cities will be very welcome to join, because the platform is designed in such a way that it can easily integrate other cities that have interest. A bit about the technology. We employ Esri's GIS technology. At its core, what this allows us is to have 2D and 3D visualizations of the city strategy, real-time project updates, integration also very importantly with existing urban data systems, and user-friendly dashboards for visualization. In terms of the implementation approach, we started with the conceptualization of the platform. This was a very long process that involved a lot of stakeholders, including the central government in Ukraine, the local governments of Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, NGOs, international experts, even Harvard and Oxford universities were involved in all of this conceptualization. And I'll take a chance to mention something that Ms. Azarkina mentioned before, because it's very important. So I'll just break my presentation in a second. We were asked how we make this sustainable, and how do we make sure that we don't overlap with all of these platforms that they were already there. Well, to be honest, we encountered this problem early on. I remember being at the Ministry of Infrastructure back then in Kyiv, and I met with the dream team. So the first thing that Victor, who was heading that project, said is like, why are you here? Why does your platform exist? We're already doing this work, and we have way more funding than you. We are the central government, we're including every project. Back then, our platform was called Investment Tracker, not City Project Tracker. So we quickly realized that we're overlapping with work that is being already done. And we're speaking so much about not wasting resources. So we figured out that, okay, we don't waste the resource, but we rather try to be complementary to the central government platform. And after a lot of consultations with DREAM, we realized that our goal would be not to track the investment, because they already do that, but our goal would be to track the strategy of the city, to track the vision, the master plan of the city. And we actually managed to agree with DREAM that our platforms will exchange data automatically with one another. So we're more in the planning phase. They can take data from us while we're planning, but then when the implementation starts, they deal a lot with procurement and with tracking on investment. So then we can get some of this data that are inputted in their platform, just to have a comprehensive platform here. So yeah, we're kind of in the latest stage of development now. The platform has not rolled out yet. In terms of future steps, we look forward to onboarding municipalities where we have a complete work. Enhancing the solution and getting more data is obviously an ongoing process. I wouldn't consider any of this done until the very end. And we also look forward to further integration with other platforms. I mentioned the one with Dream, but there's obviously a lot of platforms. We're taking them one by one to make sure that we don't overlap and we create tools that are actually relevant to the municipalities. We were asked by the moderator to think critically about some questions. So being that we're in a university setup, I kind of started answering them one by one as a good student. And so the first question was about what kind of strategies do we use to adapt our international experience to the Ukrainian recovery context? Well, first of all, as I mentioned, we have a stakeholder-driven design. That means not just this platform, but our project in general. We wanted to get as many stakeholders as possible. I know that our project also got critiqued a bit because we have the star architect, Norman Foster, that designed the master plan, and a lot of people were asking, well, what do these international guys know actually about Kharkiv? And the truth is that this was only in the beginning stage, but the development of this master plan, although I'm not an urban planner, I was part of this process. And there were way more local architects involved in the critical thinking and the design of the master plan than international ones. The international ones just put the dots together. We had, like, I have recorded over 200 meetings. I have a database of different setup of stakeholders, mostly made up by local players that helped these international architects to put this all into one place. So this is the stakeholder-driven design. We also have a geospatial adaptation. It means that we integrate local data sets as well, although sometimes it's difficult to get them at the standard or at the format that we need to supply to our platform. Capacity building is a very important element that we have started probably in the last few months. This will also answer one of those questions that Ms. Azarkina was asked, like, well, what do we do with this platform? Do they die after the project? We're project-based as well, so how do we ensure this sustainability? So one very classical functioning way is to raise the capacity of the people who will inherit these platforms, because in the end of the day, this is not the property of BMZ, it's not the property of UNEC, it's the property of local governments in Ukraine. So we work a lot with increasing their technical capacity so they can not just operate, but actually maintain the platform after the project ends. Policy alignment is a very important one. We are lucky here because we had very good communication throughout the project with the central government in Ukraine, but that also allows us to identify gaps and identify how can we make our work legal. How can we make this official in Ukraine and not just an international experience that we thought was the best experience? Obviously, there's a lot of challenges that we face while localizing, data gaps and inconsistencies. Not all municipalities have the same digital literacy. Not all of them have the same databases. So you have to be a bit like trial and error when you go in and out to see what they have, what can you supply. So this was definitely a limitation. Security and stability risks. I also had a conversation about this before, especially, for example, in Kharkiv. Kharkiv is like at the front of the war. And at one point, I found myself complaining to the municipality representatives that they were not providing me with enough geospatial data. Mykolaiv was so far ahead and the platform looked so much better there. And then somebody brought to my attention that this is a war zone. So like there's some information that they don't want me to share right now in the geospatial platform. So I was asked to hold back on this and wait for a more peaceful setup so we can integrate this data. So definitely security and stability is a limitation, but it's one that is normal in a war zone, I think. In terms of funding and resource allocation, as I said, our project is also funded by BMZ, so it's project-based. We ended the first phase. We're going to start the new one. It's going to take 2 years, but that does not provide a lot of sustainability. So we have to think of ways on how to transfer all of this knowledge in a more sustainable way in Ukraine. In terms of utilization of data to enable democratic and participatory recovery, well, as I said, we try to make everything transparent. Our data is publicly available. I was even asked the question before, what does that mean? Can you just knock on our door and we give you all the data set? Probably not. Probably you have to have a very good reason of why you want this data, how you're going to use this data. But when you have that, then we believe that this belongs already to Ukraine. And if you're an entity, if you're even a person that has a plan or an idea on how to contribute to this, then the data is yours, no questions asked. Again, we have an approach on multi-stakeholder coordination. So we have tried involving as many people as possible. In the future, we're looking also to create an environment for donors and other entities where they just don't interact with us as a UN, but they can see each other's work and they can kind of see how to create synergies between one another. So this platform, we hope it's also going to be a good networking space. In terms of engagement strategies, so maybe I'll be a bit repetitive, but like we co-develop and we increase capacity, also hold a lot of public consultations and feedback mechanisms. So this project has been going on for a long time now, and we have learned a lot along the way from our colleagues in Ukraine and everywhere. I hope that through our projects, we are ensuring more transparency. We are empowering more local authorities in data-driven decision-making, and we encourage also collaboration now more than ever. It's really needed in light of recent developments. Maybe I'll stop here so I allow a bit of debate as well. The last thing I want to show a quick video. Our platform is not yet up and running fully, but I have a quick video just to show a bit how it really works. Can you please? So yeah, we integrate like these 2D maps, for example. This is a more technical map, which will include all the layers that we have developed in our project. You can see all the pilot projects that we already have conceived in just a geospatial way. And this is applicable for both cities of Mykolaiv and Kharkiv. An architect or an urban planner can play around with the layers that are available in the master plan, like road transport, water, sewage systems, anything that is part of that. The same goes for the city of Kharkiv. We also have a 3D representation. This is a bit more catered to the general public to make it visually appealing. It doesn't contain all the layers that the 2D map contains, but maybe it's a bit easier for the public to understand what's going on. We have created landing pages for both cities, trying to explain how the pilot projects came to life in the context of the master plans developed for each city. So we give here as many details as we can. And this page also will provide access to the 2D and 3D maps specific for that city. Each of the pilot projects then has a specific page as well, where you can see the 3D models, and you can also be part a bit of the journey on how the architects and the urban planners came to conceptualize this pilot project. What was it in its surroundings? How does it all contribute to the general master plan of the city? So yeah, this is, I think, in a nutshell, the same goes for the city of Kharkiv. It's just the same type of theory. So I think with this, I will close my speech. Thank you very much for inviting me here today.
This is very great. I saw it already at WOOF, and now I feel it improved also. Rob, please, the stage is yours. If you need help with presentation, tell me.
Great, thanks. Okay, thank you all very much for being here. My name is Rob, and I'm a researcher at the Conflict and Environment Observatory, or CEOBS. And our aim is to provide a voice for the environment and those that depend upon it, all who depend upon it, when it faces harm from conflicts and military activities. We're a UK-based charity, and you're a very different audience than I have personally addressed in my capacity as a researcher in the past. I'm really inspired by the number of Ukrainian people here And I really think we have a lot to learn from you. And I also think that we can learn a lot and collaborate well in discussing the environment in the context of this war and how Ukraine recovers from it. So we believe that Ukraine's environment must be central to all aspects of Ukraine's recovery, which must be viewed in the context of a triple planetary crisis of climate breakdown, biodiversity and ecosystem loss, and pollution. War hugely exacerbates all of the above crises, and the recovery also has a considerable impact. So in research which we assisted in last year, as you can see on this graph to the right, reconstruction was still projected to be the largest source of emissions from this war, although this may have changed since then with continued fighting. So yeah, recovery is important. Now, what is needed for a green recovery in Ukraine? Well, a lot of things are needed, but one key element will be remedying the environmental harm caused by war and fighting. And we believe that our remote data and methods can provide important insights here. And I'm going to explain a bit about this work that we do and how we do it. And then I'm going to highlight ways that it could be potentially improved and how we can learn from you about what you need for this data to be useful to you. So we've tracked over 3,500 incidents of environmental damage in Ukraine in collaboration with other non-profit organizations, academic researchers, and civil society actors from Ukraine, but also from Europe and the US. And we calculate a theoretical environmental harm score for these incidents. And we do this by using baseline data, which we've often developed in-house in collaboration with our partners. So one example of this is this map of ecologically important areas, which we developed in 2023. And another example is this model of groundwater vulnerability, which we produced last year. Speak to me later if you want any more details about these. And once we've done an initial verification stage of this environmental harm, we produce a more detailed investigation using methods and information derived from social media and satellite data, among others. We prioritize those incidents where the theoretical environmental harm is projected to be greatest. And you can see 25 of these detailed investigations at this online map, which this animation is showing. And we will continue to continuously update these databases to continue to advocate for Ukraine's environment in the context of the ongoing war. Despite the power of these remote assessments, there are also limitations. It is often difficult to get the relevant information to those on the ground to enable them to have accurate data and to make informed decisions. Remote assessments can only provide a snapshot of what is going on in time, a temporal snapshot, and it's also not able to know exactly the nature of pollutants, how they migrate through the environment, and what the exposure is to the populations. One way that we can get around such limitations is to design and enact site visits based on the information we have from remote assessments. And we recently completed our first such study in collaboration with Norwegian People's Aid, where we took water and soil samples in areas of southern Ukraine, so here near to Kherson, where remote assessments projected that the need was greatest in terms of risks to environmental health and also the amount of remedial work that might need to be done. This report is available online, and I can talk more about it in detail later. We have also developed tools which allow early environmental information with regard to demining. So here I'm showing the tool in use for the same area of near to Kherson that I discussed earlier. And And these tools allow us to kind of address specific issues that are relevant to demining by using open data, and they provide a simple interface to view information about water bodies, soil, forest loss, and wildfires, things like this. And this tool is currently in the final stages of development. We encourage you to try it and offer us feedback on this. We also have developed methods of participatory monitoring and engagement with regard to the legal framework for Ukraine's recovery in terms of the environment. And we provided training and networking in this context. So here you can see a picture of a moot court, which was held here in Hamburg last year, where students were encouraged to think about how warring parties can be held accountable for environmental damage during war. And these students were from universities across Europe, but also Ukrainian universities. We also recently held an online hackathon where Ukrainian teams from universities were encouraged to think about how we might address threats to water in Ukraine from war with participatory efforts in citizen science monitoring. And there'll be online publications about both of these initiatives quite soon. So, as I hope I've demonstrated here, there's a wealth of data and methods that can be applied to ensure that the environment is considered during Ukraine's recovery. However, this data must be accessible and understandable to urban planners and the general public, along with policymakers, so that it can be adequately considered in recovery. And this is not always the case. And this is something that we highlighted in this environmental compact, which we were commissioned to be contributors to by the Ukrainian government last year. Good planning is essential in this initiative. And it is essential to minimize the number of emissions spent during the recovery, and also to consider things like urban biodiversity and these types of things. It's really important that these data and these methods are considered by you all, and at present we feel they're not adequately considered. So any feedback on how this might be done better is really welcome. And another challenge I'll end here is currently funding situation and political will. At this moment particularly, it is feeling quite daunting. So now more than ever, we must advocate for the environment, and we must advocate for Ukraine's environment in this context. And we do this by making these publications available online. Many are also available in Ukrainian. And we also advocate at high level UN institutions like the UN Environment Assembly. We help Ukraine develop a resolution on how environmental accountability can be pursued in war. And we also help their delegation at COP to think about climate emissions, this type of thing. We have other ongoing projects where we work with the State Environment Inspectorate and partners at national parks to monitor the damage to emerald network sites. But I think that what is mainly needed is your input. So I'll end there and we can all reflect upon that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rob. I think this is very meaningful contribution to recovery, and also to think about environment already while building further better. And now, Shanmati, the stage is yours, and happy to hear your presentation as well.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. So I'm Shanmati, and I'm a researcher in Technische Universität Dresden. And I'm here to talk about one another important aspect of Ukrainian recovery. It's more about the sustainable reconstruction of Ukraine. And our project is called UCAN, which I believe has a certain positive ring to it, and stands for Ukraine towards carbon neutrality. So the UCAN project aims to bridge this knowledge and expertise gaps in the Ukrainian cities to help them achieve climate neutrality by 2050. So it's a Horizon Europe initiative funded by the European Union. And it's more of a coordination project. We do have a lot of research activities happening, but the main goal is about the coordinating different European partners and the Ukrainian cities to come up with a unified solution. So we have around 5 million budget, and as you can see, it's a relatively new project compared to the other two projects discussed here. And we have been running only from May 2024, so we have quite a long years forward, 3 years forward. And since we have begun, it has been a lot of challenges. We have been having very new challenges because of the current situation in Ukraine there, and I'm sure in the upcoming months, there will be a few more challenges because out of our 21 project partners, 10 of them are in Ukraine and from 8 different cities. So yeah, each city has its own challenge, and we are finding ways to adapt to these challenges and still somehow do a meaningful impact. So the overall vision is, as I said, is about this coordination. So on one side, we have our European partners who act as these building capacities of Ukrainian cities. So we have 11 European partners from 6 different countries. Most of them are universities or other research organizations helping with the research part. And also we have on the other side, the CNS emission cities, which is the climate neutrality and smart cities of Europe. And right now we have 7 cities on board with us. So they are not our internal partners, but more of a support partners within our program. And we have Dresden, Miskolc, Leipzig, Wrocław, Thessaloniki. As you can see, it's many different countries. It's from different contexts. And together with these 2 different partners, we are supporting our Ukrainian partners from 8 cities: Zhytomyr, Kyiv, Vinnytsia, Melnitsky, Ivano-Frankivsk, Lviv, Kharkiv, and Kherson. So together, we are trying to achieve the CNS emission cities in Ukraine. So the overall aim of the project is to bring Ukrainian cities into this overarching European Green Deal. So out of these 8 cities, we are carrying out pilot activities in 6 of those cities. We have 2 cities on the eastern borders. And while we were writing the proposal, they were the only cities which were under high risk. So we couldn't plan pilot activities there. So we have pilot activities on the western 6 cities. And a lot of our partners are, we have 3 municipalities as our partners: Lviv, Vinnytsia, and Zhytomyr are municipalities who are partnering with us. And their projects are quite different. Since they are municipalities, they'll be focusing on the vision of their cities. In Lviv, it's more about positive energy districts. And in Vinnytsia, it's a river revitalization project. And in Zhytomyr, it's about urban gardening. Whereas from Melnitsky and Kyiv, there are universities involved, and they will be working more towards the research aspects. So in Kyiv, it's more onto the transportation sector. And in Melnitsky, it's more of a dissemination activity wherein we are holding many conferences and workshops, and we also have a dedicated urban center for this transportation. And lastly, we have Ivano-Frankivsk, and it's an NGO who is planning to install photovoltaic cells in public buildings. So as you can see, we have very varied projects with different stakeholders, and each of these projects will also be carried out with other stakeholders in the cities. Our partners will identify the other relevant stakeholders to work with. And then also, of course, the public, we will be carrying out citizen participation efforts within each of these projects. And so the overall stakeholders of our project is quite large. So since today's topic is about the localization and our project is about this coordination, so I will be focusing only on those aspects of the project. So we have established 3 key pathways to achieve this so-called climate neutrality. The first one is the twinning partnerships with Ukrainian and the European Union CNS emission cities. So we are establishing a twinning-led local ownership methodology here. So this will be carried out by our European partners, who will act as these facilitators to coordinate this knowledge and experience exchange sessions between these mission cities, which are on board in our project, and also with our Ukrainian city partners. So we'll identify those mission cities and connect them with our partners so that the partners can identify their needs and requirements and then twin with the respective mission city. And once they are twinned, the Ukrainian partners will take the leadership here and will carry out our pilot project with support from our EU partners and mission cities, but the Ukrainian partners will be the leaders while carrying out the pilot projects. And the second pathway is modernization and standardization of technologies and practices. So apart from the pilot activities, we also have research components, and this part is being led by our European partners. Here, they will be identifying the best practices, tools, methodologies, and standards that is existing in the European landscape, and then coordinate with our Ukrainian cities to actually figure out how we can adapt them and localize to their needs and their context. This way, we can ensure their feasibility and applicability in the Ukrainian cities. So here, we are focusing on 5 different aspects. So the one is the retrofitting of energy efficient solutions into the buildings, and then decarbonization of industries, because there's a huge industrial sector in Ukraine, and it's very essential to look at them if you're talking about the environmental aspects. And the third is the reuse of the rubble and all the building stock that is there because of the war affected scenarios. And fourth is the standardization. So it's a very future approach. We are not just looking to provide solutions, but we are also trying to create standards so that it is sustainable for future. The knowledge doesn't get lost in middle. So with the Dean Institute in Germany, we have identified, initially identified around 1,500 standards, which might be relevant for this climate neutral and smart cities. And then with our European partners, we narrowed it down to around 400 standards now. And further on, we will analyze and try to see how it can be adapted to the Ukrainian landscape. And finally, we have the citizen participation in local climate governance, which we haven't started yet, but that's another one important task that will be part of this modernization and standardization aspects. And the final pathway is the capacity building and localized knowledge mobilization, which is one of the most important in these 3 pathways. And this will be completely led by our Ukrainian partners. So the Ukrainian teams will lead this capacity building efforts based on our outputs in the last 2 years. And this will include like we are planning 2 webinars and then 1 dedicated course for the mayors of Ukraine. And we have the Mayors Club Ukraine, which is an organization in Kyiv, who actually works with different mayors, and they are the ones who are leading this task. And then we also have a political dialogue platform in Kyiv to try to initiate this policy talks based on our research. And then finally, we'll also be developing guidelines to create this climate neutral and smart cities. So yes, so within the UCAN, we are trying to define this Ukrainian recovery as a collaborative and participatory approach, rather than just an infrastructure rebuilding. So we are defining recovery as a democratic process where Ukrainian cities are not passive recipients of aid. We are not supporting them, or we are not leading them, but then they are the active co-creators of their future through these partnerships, knowledge sharing, and localized leadership that I've mentioned. And of course, we are having some challenges here. And one of the main challenges would be this all this research activities that's currently happening in Ukraine are happening in very isolated silos. We are finding it hard to connect it together and then find some synergies and gaps to actually create opportunities for shared learning. So in order to do this, as a first step probably, and I hope we will get help from all of you now. So we have put together an interactive map, which will be mapping all the different organizations who are working towards this cause right now in Ukraine. And we have only collected 14 members because this map has been published for only 1 month now. But it's an ongoing map, which we will be building on throughout the course of our project for 4 years. And we are hoping by the end of the project, we will have many organizations who are part of this map and who can actually get together or connect with each other later on. And we are also, this is a map for mapping the organizations who are working for this cause. We also have another map which will map the projects which are relevant to some extent to our project or something to help in the Ukrainian recovery. So I think this will actually be very helpful. And so I invite all the people here who believe their organizations will have some impact within the Ukrainian landscape to actually join our cause. And when you scan this QR code, it'll take to a small form. It's simple information on what your organization is. So if you, oops, this was a video, but I can't play. Okay, so it just shows what are the different things. So just ask some few questions about what is your organization and which sector your organization falls into, and what sort of partnership you are seeking, and contact person to verify the organization. So with this, I would like to finish my presentation about the project, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Shanmati. I think this is indeed a very important step to bring everything together, and I'm very happy it was 3 very different inputs. Yes, I will. Just a moment, but I'm very happy that there are already questions. I will try to summarize just like a couple of thoughts that I had during the conversation, what I heard, and many of things I think they are very similar to what we also talked yesterday and today. And I think what I've heard, the most important most important points are the cooperation between between stakeholders, and also to be sure that the knowledge is local based and also going to the right people on site. Capacity building, how to build the capacity on site, and how to create the sustainability when our projects are over in some years. And also how to implement the right policies that are based on the research that we did. And also, I think the challenge that we all facing, and we now also, I want to stress, it's about how we can assure that the data on the one side are more available, but on the other side are secure and in the right hand of the right people, and not, causing some damage. And how to standardize the knowledge and how to standardize everything. And very important topic, and I think also I'm speaking here also on behalf of our project, is the funding situation, that how it's possible to create a sustainable long-term possibility for the initiatives to be helping Ukraine and to secure this help on the financial basis. And I think this is my thoughts. And I think one questions that I have maybe to all of you, and it's just a spontaneous one, it's not the one that I prepared before. How do you envision this perfect collaboration between partners? Because I think this like 3 very different projects on the one hand, but on the other hand, they are all merging to each other. And if you imagine a perfect world, maybe on a positive note, how would you like to create this meaningful collaboration? Where do you see the possibilities? Maybe Shanmati, you have the micro in your hand, so I can start with you.
Yeah, thank you, Anya, for summarizing all the presentations. And to answer your question, I think that's the goal of our project. And I hope, since we just started now, I'm not sure if my answer would be very relevant or it might work or not. But we are trying to collaborate with as many different organizations and different sectors as possible, so that we can create this map that I was talking about. And we are looking to establish different connections. And I would say it's not being that easy, because even with you, though you are working on a very similar Ukrainian project, and I had already visited UNITAC before, but still I didn't know about this. So this is one big challenge, I would say. And hopefully we'll find more avenues to collaborate. But for now, we are still figuring out the ways to collaborate with different projects and organizations.
Thank you. Maybe if you figure out, we can talk in a couple of months. And Rob, what do you think about it?
Yeah, thanks. I think that in terms of facilitating a broader conversation around the environment in Ukraine, a lot is already occurring within the civil society. So I think it's a case of making sure that everybody has equal access to an objective and informed assessment of the environmental implications of different decisions at a quite decentralized level, and making that data very clear and flexible so that all of those who want or need to have access to it and understand it can do so. We are currently trying to, we're in discussions around funding for a scoping study for a new data that would provide access to relevant environmental data for different projects that would be associated with the recovery that would contribute to Ukraine's green recovery platform. But then there's also the question of how it should integrate with the existing systems like DREAM and the government's damage directory. And in this case, communication is crucial and connections are crucial. So yeah, a decentralized approach with really strong communication is, I think, the best way to ensure that the environment continues to be advocated for in Ukraine.
Thank you. And maybe just an add-on question. Who would be ideal lead for this communication in your eyes?
Who would lead? I think that it's contingent on the specific cases that you might consider. So if we're talking about, for instance, Kovka Dam, which is a subject that we've been thinking about in quite some detail, and what might occur there, how it should be restored, whether it should be restored in the way that it was, these types of questions. I think that local environmental experts, but also local representatives of different communities must all be involved, but they have to be able to speak directly to the people implementing policy at a more regional and national or even international level. So they need to have representatives that can get access to those levels of power. I think that's important.
Thank you. And Enkel, I was very happy to hear also that you're planning such a tool to merge all the donors, and maybe from your experience from the first stage of the project, how was this communication happening, and where do you see the potential?
Yeah, okay. That's maybe a bit overly ambitious to merge all the donors in one platform, but we certainly want to bring together the players that play in these two cities. I'll give you an example. I was invited in Kyiv for a conference called Recovery Mykolaiv in the end of October. And there we saw that we're not the only player. UNDP does a lot of good work. The Danish government does a lot of good work. They're spending a lot of money in Mykolaiv. So our idea is, but there's not one single platform in terms of seeing this geospatial data, seeing how the urban development fits in with everyone. So this is an ambition that we have. We want to figure out who are these players, what are they doing, try to go to them to get the standardized data, work on, or even work on standardizing data in whichever form it comes to us, and putting it all into this platform. So then the urban planners, the architects, the local governments, the donors, whoever is in the citizens, whoever is interested, they can see all of the vision of their city and all of the future ideas that the local government has about their city. Because I might be a citizen and I might like what's going on now with the project, but I might not like what you're planning in the next 5 years. So if I see it in this platform, I have a right to speak out. I have time to speak out and to be included into this. I hope I answered this. I wanted also to touch a bit the previous question. I think this cooperation is stimulated a lot if you realize who the final beneficiary of your products really is. Like our project, for example, is financed by BMZ, thank you, through GIZ. through UNECE into the local government. So who's the owner of this platform? Is it BMZ? Is it GIZ? Is it UNECE? No, it belongs to Ukraine through the local and central governments. So they legitimize like this platform, obviously. So if I think this way, and the other project also thinks this way, if there's a component of mine that you're asking from me, I now know that it's still going to the final beneficiary of my project. So I wouldn't even have a problem sharing it. And I think this way of thinking just facilitates more, makes it easier for all of these international players to just exchange data between one another. We worked a lot. We spent a lot of this money into creating this data. Why should somebody else waste this resource? Again, it's already there. Just show that you're serious about how you're going to use it, and that should be the only eligibility criteria to get this data. Our collaboration with Dream was, I think, in my opinion, a success story where we avoided making a mistake by speaking to the central government, asking them, what do you already do? How can we help you enhance your work while we also enhance our project at the same time? So I think that's one way to do it.
Thank you very much for your answer. I now open the mic for the public because I heard already there were some questions. So yeah, maybe raise your hand. We gather some, maybe start from there and we go in that way. Maybe we ask first you and then we continue.
My name is Mahrat. I'm from Berlin city, and I usually work before 10 years ago in Iraq, Kurdistan, of recovery of Kurdistan. And my question is regarding the environmental problems of uranium ammunition. Because I didn't see that this is a real task of your country, of this region, but it's a general question. It was very, very dangerous in Iraq, agriculture, to do agriculture by this uranium ammunition. Dominated a lot of areas. Is it a task in your work? That's all.
Thank you very much. And second?
I am Roland Becker. My question is to Enkel. We are a startup named Crowd Ukraine. We are the first crowdfunding stock company for reconstruction of Ukraine. We are building residential houses there, secured by the German government, investment guarantees. And my question to you is, Enkel, you have this platform. And my question has two parts. First part, what kind of data should we have to provide to your platform to be able to function hopefully? My second question is, how can we benefit from your platform? I mean, explicitly, concretely, what are the benefits for a startup like us?
Okay, thank you very much. I will give now, I think, the word to Rob first. I think the first question fits good to you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your question. You've clearly got some experience in this area. We are unable to say for certain the extent of use of depleted uranium in Ukraine because it is very difficult to access the front lines still. War is ongoing, and it is difficult to verify the use of DU from remote assessment alone. This is where site investigation does come in. Having said that, there are cases of, I'm going to be careful here and say that I don't know precisely about the extent of its use in Ukraine. However, it is discussed in detail in the report I mentioned that came out the other day on explosive weapons use in southern Ukraine. So I would recommend to read that for more information.
I think also we have someone in the public, also our next speaker, who is also dedicated to this topic. So maybe she also can.
Olena Melnik from Bern University of Applied Science, and really it's a partly it will be part of talk that I'm going to present you furthermore about disinformation in Ukraine, because depleted uranium is really topic that's so sharp now in Ukraine, and even it started 1 or 2 years ago when some Russia paid researchers and so-called scientists. They were trying to prevent sending some Challenger tanks from England to Ukraine, because they stated that probably some missiles, tanks, they will contain depleted uranium that can drastically damage and pollute and contaminate our soil. And I will tell you that there is no evidences for now that our soil really contain depleted uranium in concentrations that can somehow cause any problems with our food supply and our food commodities and so on. So let's just be critically to any facts that we get from outside resources.
Thank you very much, Olena. And then Enkel, can you answer? I see your hands. I see 2 hands, but I just let Enkel answer the second question.
Thank you for your question. Yeah, basically in terms of what kind of data to provide, you said that you work in housing. If you already have some solid plans, some designs about your projects, then you can share it with us. Our team works in formalizing this and standardizing this and putting it into the platform. When you have 3D models, it will also be represented in a 3D way. When you don't have them, it will only be part of the 2D map. So you will give the city a chance to see also your vision, and well, the city has to decide whether your vision is feasible. So whether they want it to be part of the future, and if they do, then it's part of this platform. How you benefit from this is that, first of all, your project is located somewhere in the city. Now you have a chance through this platform to see the surrounding area. And by using all the layers of the master plan, road network, sewage systems, hospital, any kind of information that you need, which is now digitalized. So then you see the added value of your project by the surrounding area. If it's an industrial thing, does it have a highway next to it so you can transport? So not just what it currently has, but what the city is planning to have in the future. So you know how, if there is any added value to your project. You also benefit from the fact that, as we said, like we aim to make this a multi-donor platform to have an environment for donors. I don't like this classical idea of donors that one specific donor gets one specific project and either finances all of it or not. Maybe you have expertise in different areas. Infrastructure project can be really large and expensive. Maybe one donor does not want to cover or does not have expertise or funding to cover all of it. So you can also break it down in layers. This gives you a chance that a donor that has a specific interest in one specific layer of your project can be part of it while being in an environment that the others can also do so, trying to complete the funding of your project. So it creates a interactive, let's say, environment for donors, and that might help you to finance your project.
If it's fast.
Sorry. You mentioned that the citizen also can speak out if they don't like the project. Is it possible that they just stop our project if they say, okay, we don't like it?
That's a basic democratic right of every citizen in every city,
Yeah.
you know? So what we're giving them is not the right to speak. They already have that. This is
I know that, yeah.
Yeah, I hope so. But what we're giving them a more complete information so they know what to complain about, you know? So they have more information and they're more informed in if they think something is wrong. That's it. So the rest is part of democracy.
Thank you.
I see, yeah, here's this one question. And then the second there and the third.
Доброго дня, мене звати Юрій з міста Дрогобича. І в мене питання щодо платформи YouCan. It's for you. Отже, я працюю енергоменеджером, і ми займаємося теж декарбонізацією в нашому місті. І ми стикнулися з такою проблемою. Зараз ми розробляємо муніципальний енергетичний план, і там дуже багато треба зібрати інформації. І проблема є та, що навіть в нашому доволі безпечному місті, яке є дуже далеко від фронту, ми не можемо зібрати необхідну інформацію. Наприклад, ми не знаємо, скільки є приватного транспорту, ми не маємо інформації, скільки забруднює то чи інше підприємство, яке працює, ми не маємо інформації, наприклад, скільки забруднюють генератори, які включаються, щоб запустити насоси, які постачають воду в місто. І виходячи з того всього браку інформації, проблема зі статистикою в Україні, яка місцева статистика потребує реформування. Як ми можемо планувати кліматичну нейтральність в Україні до 50-го року, не маючи вихідних даних, звідки ми стартуємо? Дякую.
Thank you very much for your question. I will shortly translate it it's a question for you. I'm from Drohobych municipality, and we are trying to put together an future energy plan. But we have a problem that we don't have enough information. We cannot gather data, for example, on transportation pollution or on industry pollution, what we have. And this problem with local statistics that Ukrainian municipalities are facing now, how do you see how we can actually plan or set up such a plan without having access to the data?
Thank you for the question. So yes, we also have problems with the data, but in order to do that, our partners are actually trying to work directly with energy companies and also with other private companies, because you don't get the entire data from one place, but we are looking at working with different stakeholders to get one part of data from one organization and another part from another organization. And in overall, we hope we will have the full access to the data. And that's why we also have this, right now we are focusing more on making connections with different organizations, and even with organization like yours, where you are working on certain climate projects. And then we try to figure out if we can, more like building the puzzle, to find out if we can actually have access to all the data. But definitely, I'm sure we will be missing some data here and there, but I think that's how we can work in these times of crisis.
Thank you. Alexandra had a question, and I think there in the public there were also two on waiting.
One very short comment regarding the interoperability of the different digital systems. So there are two solutions to that, which would be really nice to have a joint actions coming from many stakeholders working in this area in Ukraine. So first of all, it's regarding the monitoring of the overall technical assistance in Ukraine. So now it's rather unregulated. There's a one vague Cabinet of Ministers resolution 305, if I'm not mistaken. And basically, there is a work now by the Secretary of the Cabinet of Ministers to fix this resolution and to make possible better visibility in the technical assistance projects to prevent the, things which are quite happening quite often when there is overlapping in the technical assistance projects. It's not happening yet with overlapping of the physical restoration, but there is a lot of the examples when the technical assistance is overlapping. And the second, it's just the efforts coming from the projects to map the stakeholders and just to talk to each other. Frankly speaking, when I was in the position of the ministry, it was super hard to coordinate the projects. And frankly speaking, it's just the competition. So not many projects were ready to share the knowledge. Not many projects were ready to say, okay, I'm not doing that because someone else already did it, because I have my own ambition, and that's the biggest enemy of all of us. So really just let's have this as important stage of our joint efforts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexandra. The lady in the back row, I think it was the next one.
Hi, my name is Hannah. I'm from Hafen City University, and it actually relates quite nicely to what was just said, because I wanted to ask thanks for the presentations also, regarding the first presentation, because I feel like it's really not happening a lot that people try to not go through with their own idea, but figure out if there's others that do this already. So this kind of like ego issue maybe also. So I wanted to ask why, what is your feeling? Is that happening right now in Ukraine, yes or not? Or why not? And then maybe also related to this ego thing, because you mentioned that there's these 200 local architects which contributed to the master plan, and then they actually don't get the recognition, but some other person does. So I wanted to ask, because we also talked about the local heritage, local identity. what, like, why are they not recognized more, or how could this actually be changed maybe also?
Who wants to take on that?
It was directed to me. Yeah, I would be hesitant to speak about other people's egos, you know. I can only, yeah, I can only speak from my direct experience. Like I worked in Ukraine in the past couple of years. I've been part of many conferences. I never experienced this. I think in every platform that I was, for Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, people were quite collaborating with one another. There is another issue here. So it's not about egos. It's about when you want to collaborate with another platform, is extra work for you and for that other platform. Are you willing to take that extra work on? And most people are not willing to do that. So it's not about egos. It's more about actually doing the work behind it. But I can tell you, especially I can tell you what helps the process. For example, I'll give you a good case about Mykolaiv. Mykolaiv has a mayor who's like super energetic. I mean, I see this guy everywhere speaking about everything. He also uses your phrase, building forward better, a lot in every meeting that I see. So I think when you have a leadership that actually goes and speaks to every single donor for every single project, then this collaboration becomes much more easier, and you feel kind of obliged to collaborate with other people now that you have this validation from the top level. So that's that. I think if you create more events such as this one I think also fosters a lot of collaboration. I'm sure we'll exchange a lot after this. In terms of your second questions, to be honest, I don't know how to answer that, because I don't know that these architects did not get recognition. I don't know what you know about this, but I know that in the master plans, everybody's mentioned who contributed. I can tell you that I've been part of the meetings on what they were talking about. They were talking about, I remember a lot about feelings, for example, because the architects coming from Europe, they don't know how it feels to be in the neighborhood. They don't know how it feels in the park, and they don't know. So these local architects, they were providing them with this extra dimension of information that you might not have. And they also have been, I know I've been part of a trip in Madrid in the Norman Foster Foundation. Not all of them, you know how difficult it is for especially back then, for people to travel out of Ukraine, but I can tell you that they've been very engaged. If you have a critique about the recognition, please be more specific. I will make sure that I take this message, and I mean this, because it's a problem if it's the case. So please tell me where do you think like this recognition should be more visible, and I'll transmit this. Oh no. Oh, no, no. No, oh, no. Oh, okay. Again, no, I said that in the beginning, when we started our project, we got critique for this. And the truth was that, well, we made use, I'll be honest, we made use of the fame of this architect, because that's how we got a bit of attention. So it wasn't about the technical abilities, it's about visibility. But for the technical actual work, it was not, it was, I can tell you, but for a fact that it was much fewer architects involved from this international studios than the local architects, so the guys from Kharkiv. So it was about that. It wasn't that they didn't get visibility. It was that we in the beginning promoted more this to get international visibility, and then we actually did the work. But the work is done in the shade, like in any case, in every case. So yeah. Hope I answered your question.
Thank you very much. There was a question from Marta, and the next one, I think this should be short one, because we are finishing soon.
Yeah, so this one is a question from the online audience. They're asking, in the course of these 2 days, we've saw a lot of a great number of maps and databases. However, much of this information remains fragmented in its respective bubble. How could data like what we saw on the map that Rob showed us be integrated within digital tools used by local authorities for their recovery and master plans?
Okay. Yeah, we would love for our work to be used in such a way, and I completely agree that these efforts are at present quite fragmented. As I mentioned earlier, one of the biggest barriers that we have as a an organization that is mainly based in the UK. We have one colleague working in Kyiv, but most of us are based in the UK. So that disconnect can mean it's hard to develop the necessary connections and build up the trust to share this data, because these data are quite sensitive. We don't want to just release them publicly without thinking about what the potential ramifications of that would be. So it's also, as Enkel said, if we think that you're going to do something positive with it, then yes, but we wouldn't know that unless we connect with you. So that must be overcome. And it would be really good to integrate it, for example, with the DREAM platform or the registry of damage. But again, the way to transform the data to fit the requirements of those must be considered. And it's also about, the funding available and the political will to make this happen. Most of our work is funded by the UN and the OSCE, which are international intergovernmental organizations. They have quite a lot of political constraints in how they're going to operate. And this means that some of the work that we do for them takes quite a long time to become publicly available. So these are additional restrictions that we face quite regularly. But please, if you are here and you're interested in using the data that we have, come and talk to me, or you can email me at rob@ceops.org, and we can talk about it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And the last question that we take, yes.
My name is Jan Güllich. I work in IT security. And when I saw your 3 presentations, I saw a lot of information that you're collecting and making publicly available for other people to use. And I think that's a great thing. And I think it's really important work. But I'm wondering, other people can use that information as well for malicious purposes. And I was wondering if you have any strategies to think about this and to work on this conflict of interest, publishing data that is helpful, but can also be misused.
Who wants to answer? Or maybe all of you, if you want.
I can try. Like I mentioned before, the case of Kharkiv, where the municipality actually stopped me from publishing some of the data that it was already in my possession, right? So it's not that we have a proper strategy on this. It's that we go and ask the municipality. I show them what I'm planning to publish, and they make an evaluation whether this is dangerous for their city or not. The comparison with Kharkiv and Mykolaiv, for example, is I've had no issues in Mykolaiv. I have published every kind of data that was available, not in Kharkiv. In Kharkiv, I've been told to wait for certain damage points or military related infrastructure. So I think you have to validate, not just for this, but for anything. You have to work closely with the local government and the central government when relevant, because this is what will legitimize your work in the end of the day. And also this exchange between platforms. This is also done by the local government. They know what's going on in their city, and the central government, they know what's going on in their country. So when you walk into the door, ask these questions to both of them, and then you can define your scope and better, and you can do your job more effectively.
Yeah, this is a really crucial question. I've mentioned it briefly in the previous answer, but also I will say that in our case, the information that we derive is from open data. So the actual data itself, pretty much anybody can access. There are some exceptions to this, but in the most part, the data is completely open source that we derive all of our information from. That being said, the analysis that we do is currently quite restricted in who can use it. And as I was saying, we need to develop a connection built upon trust over several phases of kind of negotiation about how this data might be used. And then, for example, in the case of the groundwater vulnerability model, the information is publicly available, but in quite a low resolution. So in such a resolution that after talking to our Ukrainian partners and researchers that we collaborated with. We thought we will show what this does, but we will not make it available in such a way that it could be used for like precision kind of malicious targeting of groundwater resources, for example. So yeah, these types of things are considerations that we make regularly.
I think I agree with Enkel's approach. Like we are also working from now. I mean, even though we just started our project and we are still in developing a lot of our technical reports or maps, we are working with municipalities and also other local organizations so that we know the risk and of actually publishing this data beforehand, and we can find some mitigation strategies to actually publish certain things and maybe not withhold the parts which are which are of imminent danger. But in most cases, I would like to say that for now we don't have much sensitive data. For now, it's all very public ones, which the municipalities are agree with making it public.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your questions, also for the audience online, and thank you very much for your contributions. And I think, I hope that this conference is one of these little steps also to make this collaboration possible, more visible, more productive. And with that, I invite you for the little break before our next panel discussion, and big applause again for our guests today.
I think yes, it does. I'm happy to move forward towards another session. Our next session is also panel discussion, the final for the conference, panel discussion 4, titled From Vision to Implementation. And I'm happy to invite our fantastic panelists and our moderator, Frank Schwarze. Thank you so much. We're very happy to have PAN for Ukraine in this conference. Yesterday we had your colleague, Anna Kuzishin, and we're very happy and honored to have you today contributing to the conference.
Thank you, Mariana, and welcome to the last panel for today. And I would like to ask the panelists to join here, and I think the setting is that we sit down here. Where is... So we wait for Elena Orab, and there she is. Please, Elena, join us. That's good. That's why we do these conferences, in order to have discussions and to set up collaborations. Great to have you here for our last panel. As Mariana said, my name is Frank Schwarzer. I'm part of PAN for Ukraine, which is basically a network of basically German planning schools together with Ukrainian planning schools. So we teamed up to support through knowledge transfer and competence building, if you want, so the recovery process in Ukraine. And I have the pleasure to moderate this panel. And we have 3 inputs. And we will start with Katarina Lopatyuk, and then Elena talking about for architecture of emergency, and then Olena, we heard already from your perspective on the topic from the environmental and ecological perspective. Our panel is called From Vision to Implementation, and we are looking for real-world examples. So we try to be more, let's say, practical and concrete in what we do. And I believe, and I'm quite sure that we'll see 3 examples, which will then give us the possibility to discuss a bit what are the practical dimensions of the recovery process we are discussing here. And we had some initial questions about what are the strategies and the challenges of the implementation process you have faced in the projects you are doing. We want to talk a bit about the question of transfer. We had this already in the last panel, and of course, data and digital tools are, let's say, the cross-cutting issue we are all working with, and we will discuss it. Okay, so that's a brief introduction, and I would like to ask Katarina to start. She's an architect and data analyst. I assume that the presentation is on the laptop. And she is working with and in Rethink, which is a think tank, and she's focusing on material reuse and circular economy. But I assume that she will explain it much better. Katarina, please.
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it on. Don't quite understand how it works, but just give me a minute. Okay. Hi everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today. I wanted to express my gratitude to be able to hear all the panelists yesterday. And actually, when I received like invitation to be in this particular part of the panelists in this particular stage, and talking about implementation, I thought that implementation is something that should be talked about in Ukraine. And yesterday we actually heard a lot of examples of the actual usage of data and digital tools on the ground. And yeah, I gained a lot of knowledge, and it was nice to know that I can participate in this ideas exchange today. So I'm very thankful for that. Before I start, except of this, I also reflected while hearing all the panelists on the term building back better. And from the perspective of the expert in circular economy, I thought that building is not the word in general that I would probably use here, especially building forward. It resembles of development to me, rather than going back to the circle and like reassessing the resources. So I imagine that in my perspective, the recovery is probably the best word that kind of explains the direction of the projects and the expertise that we are trying to like implement, and yeah, what we're trying to achieve, like recover our identity, recover our heritage, preserve it, and rethink, reassess the resources. So my topic in general will be about remote sensing and circular strategies for Ukraine today. However, I will tackle about other frameworks of my personal practice and the practice within the organizations that I work at. So today I'm representing Rethink, one of the leading experts in the circular economy in Ukraine. But we'll talk first about my personal projects and also the project we're doing within the organization. So I defined six strategies of the projects that we are doing, and I would rather call them not implementation, but the framework for like assessing the data and assessing the reconstruction in general. And on the first slide, you can see three approaches that were mentioned throughout this conference already, that we use data-driven spatial design approach, meaning that we also want to teach and to learn together with communities of how they can effectively use the data and what are the benefits of it, what are the gaps there. We also keen to, and we believe that the data has to be accessible. That's why we love design interactive visual data that is accessible and readable, especially with some nice statistics and graphs. It's very, very good. I mean, for people to be able to trace some information. And these first two examples that you see are coming from one of the projects that I'll be mostly talking about today, on how we were working with a damage assessment data and training artificial intelligence to define materials in that. And the third framework is about capacity building. A lot been said about how we can do that. And of course, it can be done through working with the communities on the ground, through workshops, communications, with integration of digital tools so that we can exchange information. We can bring in new information which is lacking by scraping it, by analyzing it, by utilizing like digital tools or programming languages. And communities, on the other hand, can provide some valuable insights from the ground. And here I use actually a very funny visualization that was done. I don't know if it's gonna play. Yeah, it's play. That we used on the exhibition that I led at MIT last year when I was teaching a course dedicated to Ukraine and specifically Svetohirsk. We invited different stakeholders, researchers, Ukrainians at MIT, and also professors to get their input into this form that become visualized, to create a network between them and to prove that there's a lot of common sense around different stakeholders. And you can see how crowded it became. And in this crowdedness, it's even hard to define, but you can definitely imagine that there is a common goal. So we wanted to prove by that capacity stems from this exchange and from involvement of different stakeholders into the process. So 3 other frameworks, and I imagine if I'm talking that much, I will probably not cover all my slides today, are related to the public engagement through the design. I believe that exhibitions and events like today's is crucial for the exchange of information or to point into the direction which is important to be to direct the support for Ukraine with Ukrainians. So yeah, on the first image you can see the exhibition that was led, which was called Roots of Resilience. It was dedicated mostly to the Ukrainian grassroots initiatives with those that we were partnering while also developing an educational program at MIT last year. And in both cases, we used digital tools that I'll be talking about later. And on the image, you can see my partner, full stack developer Herman Mitish, that was participating in the development of all these tools and working together with our students so that we can see how data can be used for Ukraine. Which is very important to point out that most of the students that came to our class at MIT in the USA, which is quite distant from Ukraine, had some connection to Ukraine and interest. And what emerged from that are actually very nice connections. And some of the students, through their own MIT program, managed to then participate in other projects for Ukraine with other Ukrainian organizations. So we believe that these instruments, I mean, this is like a combination of digital education approach and also public domain. They can be quite valuable in terms of development of valuable and effective instruments for the recovery with Ukrainians. And the third one that I mentioned here is actually regarding that everything should be published and it's okay to publish and exchange information. And also, I believe that capacity stems from being able to find this information or to learn how to find it. So what could be a part of capacity building is kind of educating people to like search through the data, search through the, being able to read the articles, do the research like on at least basic level. Because this variety and fragmentation of data and project comes from actually democratic values, meaning that democracy brings a lot of different options and ways for you to share your knowledge. And that is why in this scope of information, it's very hard to find the one project you could be interested in. Okay, so this is actually one of the challenges that I would like to mention. And the project that I'm showing you on this slide is the major one that I'll be talking today. Together with Herman Mitish and Rethink, we trained artificial intelligence on the damage assessment data provided by the organization Damage to UA in 2023 to define materials. And we've tackled the topic of sustainability today, but we didn't talk much about the level of materials as such. We have talked that things has to be rebuilt in a better way, but we didn't think much what about the resources that are there on the ground. So our intention is to try to cover it, to understand what's the scope of the resource there in this debris, which is perceived as waste, and we want to shift this perception through this project. So we dedicated a little fund, but a great support from Kyiv School of Economics and Damage to UA, and managed to, in 4 months, to train AI that would work with this particular type of data. Of course, that there are challenges that lie specifically in the type of data, and artificial intelligence is quite a biased thing, considering that it finds what you feed it. So we only had the drone footage from above, high resolution, but it didn't give us a possibility to calculate the metrics, or like it's not as perfect as we would like to have very particular information about what is available on the damage site, but it gave us an understanding of the general picture, and some of the insights from it I will share in the next slide. So yeah, the major part of working with the data and artificial intelligence in this regard to make it useful is that a lot depends on type of it, and that's where it's not scalable enough. And also, it requires it's labor-intensive process to train the AI and make it work as you want it to work. So we had 40 iterations, and we trained 32 models until we managed to get the one that it we saw that it actually gives more or less proper results. This, in general, this project, it came from just desire to see where our expertise can lead us and to try to understand the scope of destruction, not only from general statistics, but also from what is there in particular. So what it gave us as a result? You might say that or think that visual data and like AI that works with pixels probably cannot give a proper assessment, reliable assessment of what is on the ground. Like probably it's hard to align it with some tangible approach of how to deal with it. But what we found is the proof of a concept, of a hypothesis. From the very childhood in Ukraine, I was surrounded by shiffer, which is slate and roof that you see in the image. And I could see it everywhere, and I was always questioning why it is so unified. Where is it coming from? And of course, it comes from not economical feasibility that was in the Soviet era, in the Soviet times, but it also comes from the political will. And through this analysis that we made with this artificial intelligence for Bucha, we found that almost 30% of the damaged houses have asbestos laden roof. And it means that when it's been damaged, it contaminates other materials. That means that the strategy of dealing with those materials or the site becomes more complex because you have to deal with asbestos. And we were talking about other types of contamination. So we have another layer to think about. It's like this layer of contamination. And when we saw that and started thinking of what strategies we could develop for this particular site, we also started questioning where it is coming from. Where does this asbestos coming from in Ukraine, where there's so much of this asbestos slating roof? And then we started reading different articles, and there was quite an interesting analytics from Ekonomiczna Prawda, Economic Truth, if you translate the name of it, where they were talking specifically about asbestos and saying that it comes from actually colonial Russian influence. And it was forcefully exposed on us. And the main country that was producing asbestos and importing it in Ukraine is Kazakhstan. So basically, we were kind of forced to use this material rather than it was our intention, because we don't have our own asbestos. It's been only imported. So this is part of like these colonial legacies that come in from Soviet times and a Russian influence as well, that we would really like to shift, because what we are witnessing now, except of waste management or this material to be dangerous for the health of the people, while other European countries ban it completely, it is not only utilitarian aspect which is important here, it's also the aspect of decolonization. What we see now in a lot of reconstruction projects that yeah, I have to stop. I know I didn't even cover all the slides, but yeah, I'll be very fast. But what we see now that in a lot of projects, people still refer to it as an image of Ukrainian village, but it's actually the image of colonial influence. So yeah, I won't be covering much of SAR analysis because I can talk about it even more probably than about the other, but this is a technology that Rob was mentioning too. He didn't mention SAR as such, but I imagined that he was using this technology as well. We used it to investigate what was happening in Svetohirsk, the occupied city, which is very close to the front line. We didn't have a data on damage. We had to find it ourselves. And we were working on this together with the students. So we used SAR analysis and scraped information from the satellite on the building footprints, trying to overlap and define what changes happened and how. And this way we could estimate when the damage happened. And what is great about SAR analysis that it gives you a precise date, and you can actually trace and compare the information. So yeah, I didn't even cover much the повторно, but It's a pity because we've created a marketplace for secondary materials with a lead expert, Svetlana Sichenko in Rethink, which is a great tool for matchmaking, and also it has educational component in it of how you should deal with the materials. One of the and the last thing is this. I'm very happy to share that this project that I was talking the most about AI that defines materials, will be showcased at the Venice Biennale this year. We applied for the project launched by this year's curator, Carlo Ratti, which is called Space for Ideas. And yeah, I just invite you all to come to Venice at 10th of May and check our project and maybe find more that I didn't manage to cover. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Katarina. And I promise you will have a question so you can explain a bit more afterwards. I assume that all of us are very interested to learn more about it, and if we can have the chance to learn more in Venice, even better. But thank you so much for this really practical examples. And that was the question for this panel. Thank you. So I would like to hand over to Elena Rupp now from Landscapes of Emergency, not Architecture of Emergency. As I said before, please, Elena. It's a bit difficult from here.
Yes, my name is Elena Orap, and my project is Landscapes of Emergency. It's more or less connected to everything that I heard today. Yeah, I'm also an architect, and I started this project as an architectures of emergency in 2022, starting to document what is happening to buildings and building environment in Ukraine. And soon we understood that it's not about buildings anymore, it's more about the city and the objects that are much larger, and the situation is much larger than just buildings. So I started this project at EPFL, École Polytechnique of Lausanne in Switzerland. And now I'm working also for Documenting Ukraine project in Vienna University of Human Sciences. So yeah, the project is more academic than practical, but as we all see that this war is operating on multiple levels and is much more hybrid, yeah, and which is include ideas, like war of ideas, and sometimes it's very strange ideas. And cartography is one of the dimension also used in propaganda, as we know. Even Putin showed us some maps with Ukraine on it, saying that this is proof that Ukraine doesn't exist. And yeah, so it's also about materialities, the documenting damages, and also reconfiguration of the territories that are affected. So what first we were trying to collect everything that were all the projects, all the traces, all the data all together, because we understood that a lot of Ukrainian researchers and practitioners are tracing different things. Yeah, we have some official information like occupied territories, contaminated territories, shelling on infrastructure, ecological damage, and we were trying to put everything together. So we created such maps, actually showing that yeah, maybe it's not about damage, it's a huge damage that affect huge amount of territories. And also This landscape reconfigurations were about the borders. We all see how borders changed, like not official borders of Ukraine, but the situation with borders. So we almost had no border with Russia before 2022. Now it's completely closed. And yeah, different things are happening with the borders of with European countries. Also, we have like a close border with Belarus, so we trace all this thing. Yes, one of the methodologies we use is critical cartography to trace all the changes to the cities near the frontline, near the landscapes. The question is, do we consider completely destroyed city as a city, or it's just a territory now? Could we call completely destroyed city a city? Yeah, and also the point is that these objects, it's like hyper objects, they will stay for many, many years there. So it will, they will affect the future generation, and they're already shaping the reality today. So we have to somehow put them on mapping, not a special mapping, but maybe include them in general cartography, so we can see this damages and the war debris like everywhere. So the project also includes some archival research comparing cartography of World War II and current cartography. So we also work with War Museum in Kyiv, which is documenting the previous World War II, and the current war. And so working with these historical documents, for example, even in defense, this case of defense of Kyiv in 40s in World War II, and the current war has some similarities, even some points that are intersecting. Yes, so the same bridges were destroyed 80 years ago and 2 years ago. And also, we would like to trace this language of modern cartography that we see in that is covering the current events. So we all know this deep state map that is operating, and it is developing its own cartographic language. And it's also about documenting stories of people. So we already started collecting people perspective, their stories, and how this will be influencing this new reality, this stories, personal stories. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Elena, for navigating through cartography and landscapes. So thank you. And we head on directly with Olena Melnik. We heard her already. She's related to Bern University of Applied Science, environmental and ecological researcher. And as she has mentioned earlier, she is working with environmental damage, soils, and agriculture, and we are looking forward to your input.
Yeah, and today my speech is going to be absolutely opposite the main topic, urban development, because I'm going to talk about rural areas, about agriculture, about farming. But I think it's very important. It's vital part of our economy. That is why no one city can survive without agriculture, without economy. And it's happened that for 3 years I have been dealing with environmental issues, trying to explain people around the world what's going on now with Ukrainian nature. Is not only our own concern, because nature doesn't have borders, and what's going on in Ukraine, it will impact and it will it will create a lot of dangers for other countries. And sometimes I'm asked very interesting questions. For example, why are you thinking about ecology, about croplands, farmlands, when you have so many human casualties in Ukraine, and we need to think about humanitarian support, but not think about revitalization, remediation of your lands, and some questions were even more cynic. And it was I was asked by some people who express really very deep concern on public, but in private talk, they asked me, so why are you thinking about lands, territories, which fate is not even clear now? And probably we don't know about the ownership of these lands. And then I ask, okay, we need to think about our soul today, because we have to think how we will feed our soldiers, our men tomorrow, the first. And second, I ask my opponents, do you want to get another wave of refugees who are trying to flee the country because of famine? Of course, no. And that is why we have to think now about our agriculture. And our agriculture is what I'm going to talk today and explain you why it matters. Because you know that Ukraine, I'm an ecologist. I have background in ecology, and of course I'm not very happy with these numbers, because before the war, 55% of Ukrainian lands were arable lands. So it means it's kind of we took something from our nature and to get some financial resources. But of course, it was important to value that we could historically rely on, because it made up to 12% of our GDP, and about 14% of Ukrainian population was working for agriculture. And it gave us up to 41% of our country's export. That is why it's so important now to take care about that, to get back when we are talking about environment and economical recovery of our country. And you see that before the war, Ukraine was an important exporter of sunflower oil, of wheat, corn, barley, rapeseed, and other crops. And it's also worth to mention that internally we used only 20 up to 25% of our agriculture output, and 75% we exported, and we fed about 400 million people around the world. That is why our agriculture is so important. And what we have got now in our soil, it's a very preliminary numbers of what has landed up in our soil. It's about 15,000 drones, 10,000 missiles, and 40 million artillery shots that now ended up in our soil. And you know, this may probably these numbers that 1/3 of our country now is deemed as potentially contaminated, dangers due to miners or due to other types of military activities. And it's like an average European country. And there is, you see some problems that take place in Ukraine now. It's pollution from substances deposited on the ground, military waste, mine pollution, and pollution caused by burning and spilling of petroleum products. And it also worth mentioning that idleness of 1 hectare leaves about 50 people without bread annually in China, Pakistan, India, Bangladesh, and other such countries. So it's like we are talking about not famine in Ukraine, we are talking about a global famine that can take place if we don't care about our land. And our government set up a very ambitious goal to take back about 80% of unsafe territory to productive use by 2033. And in Washington Post, I read information that some experts say that probably it can take up to 700 years to get back our territories. But during the last 2 years, about 39 square kilometers, 1,000 square kilometers of our territory has already been get back to agriculture, to productive agriculture. So it means we can really overcome it if financial support from international donors keep coming to us. And of course, some of our areas, they are quite dangerous. So here you see some soils. So it's like right side the soil taken from normal areas, and here you see some so-called deflagrated soil. When explosive materials were exploded not partly but just fully, so you see this heavily contaminated soil that also we can find in Rouge zone in France, in Belgium, Ypres zone, and unfortunately we can find this such kind of zone now in Donbass and Lugansk oblasts. So here I know that I'm quite short in time, so I have to be more speedy. So that is why when we are talking about demining in our areas, we should think that after demining, it's natural, we should give a way to environmentalists who can take soil samples and analyze what's going on with our soil to justify that our soil still can be used for productive agriculture use. And now I'm happy to present you our project. It's a big project that contains 7 pillars that we have been dealing with in our consortium. Consortium consists of Royal Agriculture University from the United Kingdom, Summa National Agrarian University, Bern University of Applied Science, and ATH from Zurich also was involved. And we also sometimes cooperate with other partners, like for example with SIOPS. We have been involved in a couple of projects together. And so on the first stage of our project, it happened like first months of when the war started. And I wasn't at the time involved in soil, to be frank. But my university, we were requested by farmers, local farmers. They asked us when the territory in April, the territory of Sumy Oblast was deoccupied, they asked us what is going on with our soil. If we can see, if we still can harvest from the soil, because mostly we had to deal with middle and small farmers who harvested their areas just to feed their families or neighbors, their local communities, and they asked us, can you help us to understand what's going on with our soil? And we developed it together with Royal Agriculture University. We developed a protocol, tested in Salisbury Plain in England, where our Ukrainian soldiers are trained with British ones. And then we applied this protocol in Ukraine. We discussed it in Bern during our meeting workshop. And after that, soon our researcher from Sumy, they took soil samples from 45 farmlands, first 6 soil samples, and we understand now in Ukraine when we are talking like Ukrainian community, Ukrainian academics, so our words can be like a topic for concerns. That is why we decided that we should involve as many international experts as we just can. And we took first soil samples to Switzerland, divided it for equal part, and simultaneously in British, Swiss, and Ukrainian laboratories, these soil samples were analyzed to understand the content of potentially toxic heavy and potentially toxic trace elements. And our conclusions were quite similar, that yeah, we had some elevated concentration of heavy metals, but they are not so dangerous that some academics or so-called academics trying to show. And we conducted different types of investigation. So atmospheric spectrometry, laser diffraction, chromatography, different types, just to understand, because it's very quite expensive, you can imagine. We should understood which technologies we can use to make it cheaper and faster to analyze, because as I said, that we have 1/3 territory of Ukraine that is that potentially can be contaminated now. And then so the first projects were supported by the UK government and external markets like private philanthropists, and then we got support from business. Syngenta, we were in contact and cooperated with Syngenta, and we took soil samples from their clients. We started with 10K soil samples. For that, we invited experts from their consultancy from Cambridge, who together with aligned with our staff, they went to Kherson, Mykolaiv, Chernigiv, Kharkiv, Sumy Oblast, Kyiv Oblast, to take the soil samples, to analyze them, to prove what's really going on. And that expert, she also participated in soil analysis. Yeah, 2 minutes. Okay, thank you. And then we also developed a brochure for our farmers, what to do when you found out that something, that missile attack landed up on your farmland, and how to provide how to provide this analysis, and how remediate your soil after that. And then we took, then we understood that we need a lot of soil experts, and we conducted this training for former soldiers who got back from battlefields, and they still have this experience in environment protection, or the drone operators who can do something. And we have trained about 50 former soldiers how to be soil experts in Ukraine and to test soil. And then we cooperated with the Halo Trust, the biggest demining, one of the biggest demining organizations around in the world. And for them, we analyzed about 2,000 soil samples for 27 elements to understand what's going on. So here you see our points where we took soil samples very close to battlefield, and it really gives us a real situation what's going on in that areas with our soil samples. And now when I'm talking that, okay, probably your Ukrainian standards are not so demanding, and we still cannot trust you in the EU. And I want to say, so here you see that our Ukrainian standards are more demanding even than standards in the EU and even America. So, and FAO standards, so we intentionally compare that with different types of standards to show that in Ukraine we really can prove the quality of our soil, the quality of our food. And also we were trying to fight some disinformation that appeared and was somehow connected to our polluted soil. And see, here you see, I will not just repeat it, because you can just read, and we can talk after the session about that, about the main reason for disinformation: intentional disinformation and unintentional disinformation. That also can undermine the reputation of Ukraine as a breadbasket. It's very important for us was to showcase the real situation, what's going on, to fight the disinformation and support our farmers to fight and this informational war. And we also developed it with as a part of project CS Rebuild Ukraine that I was involved in, and I've been involved in with my university, Bern University of Applied Science. We developed a map. It's just like a small part. So here you can see situation, what's going on with particular farmers that we had a chance to reach. And this map has 2 types of access: expert access, it's about sensitive information, and just like a global, like a general publicity, that you can see some what kind of damages this took place in the areas. So the main ideas that I would like to articulate to you, that Ukraine cannot wait, and our land cannot wait until the war is ended, and Foundation for Land Restoration must be put on in the place exactly today. And so of course it will demand a lot of money, financial resources, and human resources, and collaboration between international institutions and institutions inside Ukraine. And and we need now to start with monitoring, with mapping, and with collaboration to develop a strategy for future agriculture recovery and future development.
Thank you, Alena. So, please. Thank you all for your inputs, and also we were meant to talk about from visions to implementation. We saw implementations, but from my perspective, it was common of all the 3 projects that you created somehow landscapes of knowledge. So bringing together the different pieces and elements through detection and analysis to have this knowledge available to navigate for the future. And Katarina, as I said, I will give you the chance to explain a bit more, because there was one project you have not really talked about, which was this connection of the different actors. Do you want to add something to your talk?
You mean the Повторно project?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you thank you for this opportunity. It's a nice opportunity to actually share what my colleagues in Rethink did. So while we were investigating what is happening on the ground and trying to assess what materials have potential from the damage side, and trying to develop this approach, and thought that there's actually some value in them, except of the memory that they actually have those materials. There's also a value, and we can kind of assess it as well. We understood that in comparison with a lot of worldwide examples in European as well, we don't have a unified marketplace where we can look at the secondary materials that would specifically cover this question. And that's why it was an initiative that emerged even before the full-scale invasion, but didn't have a proper financial support and potential to be developed. And basically, because of the war, it's kind of brought it on the table, and we managed to launch the project with the support of the Embassy of the Netherlands. And as a result, we created this map-based platform for matchmaking of different stakeholders. And it's important to say that we target some of the stakeholders, like those who are responsible for actual demolition, like demolition companies, and we perceive them as one of the main target audiences that we should find a way to explain them why it is nice for them from the economic perspective to actually place their secondary materials from the sites, because from what we know from the expertise and the research, a lot of waste is been just disposed or just staying on the ground with any actual strategy of what to do with it. And a lot of people still perceive it as a waste rather than as a potential. So another important component that I mentioned in this platform is that there's a plenty of educational information, and it's not that it's accessible as a blog. Each time you post something or you look for the material, it already pumps out, and you can read of how particularly work with this type of material. For this, we took information from Rotor, a Belgium company that they actually made a huge marketplace and offline and online for the secondary materials, and kind of made it look nice and stylish, and kind of pushed this idea that it actually can be very valuable and nice for reconstruction or construction in design. So we used their methodologies. They have a wide range of descriptive guidance of how to deal with secondary materials, and tried to rewriting them in terms that they are relevant to the Ukrainian context, and include this information to the platform. And not only these sources, but our personal research as well.
Yeah, so it seems that this panel is really about creating database knowledge on materials, whether it's soil building materials, or, and that's the question, of course, Olena, how do you imagine that it's not really materials you are collecting with your landscapes of emergency. It's a kind of knowledge. It's related to identity later on. So how do you imagine your databases will be used?
I hope it will. It's working. Yeah. Yeah. So I hope it will be implemented in official maps, actually, because I very skeptical that we can rebuild everything in the upcoming, I don't know, 100 years. And yeah, also about the materials and the damage assessment, it's a question actually how we should deal with this debris. Do they, are we suggesting that just urban mines that we can collect materials and recycle, or they should stay, or there is a community behind that could also make some decisions about this. It's also about communities that are, for example, near Kyiv, but it's also about communities that doesn't exist, or they exist somewhere, they're displaced. Yeah, that it's kind of warning that we cannot just use these materials to rebuild something. Yeah, there are so many layers of memories, so many layers of history, and also it's also an evidence of the war crimes. Yeah, so we cannot deal with them just about materials. Yeah,
yeah, it's tangible and intangible.
Yeah, so
yes,
yeah, so in kinds of cartography, yeah, I think it should be implemented in every map, and that the scale of these crimes are visible everywhere, not in just special, like we saw in special maps, yeah, but in general mapping. Yeah.
Yes, I can only agree on that. And while I was explaining, it's from the angle of utilitarian approach. No, I know. I just, of course, we're having this in mind. For instance, the example that I provided with slating roof is kind of resemblance that there's much more than just the material. And I can agree just with the example that I had, a personal example. For this exhibition that I said that will be presented during Biennale in Venice, we collect for it secondary materials. I wouldn't say more, but when we were looking for the secondary materials as physical materials, we approached one lady, an owner of the plot that was damaged, and her building was totally destroyed. And she was very much open into like giving us those materials, because it's the third year that those materials are just laying on the ground, and there were a lot of different volunteer organizations that were kind of trying to help her, but they didn't. So they just built a temporary housing, and there's nothing more. So she kind of lives in this temporary housing, still surrounded by the debris, basically. And there were two different approaches that she had towards these materials. For instance, I looked at some damaged reinforced concrete, and she told me, oh yeah, I remember this was my chimney. And this time I understood that there's literally a lot of memory. Or for instance, there were parts of the beams for the construction of the roof, and she said, oh, we just finished the roof before the rocket hit and damaged, the missile hit and damaged our building. But another part of that, there was this thermotryvki bricks. There were particular bricks that she said, oh, these are on a good price now. Just, can you help me just sort them out so that I can sell them and get some profit? So kind of all those things, they go together. Fortunately, unfortunately, it's hard to assess. And of course, it's hard to understand. I know other examples from people from my part of family, from my husband, from Mariupol, who have different perception of what's been damaged there. They kind of even scared of even having the perception of that places. They kind of live with the notion that they don't think about it as of now. They don't want to get back to it. So it's a traumatic topic. So yeah.
So it's interesting that we have I give that we have these database as well as a basis of course, to create awareness, but as well the narratives, or if you want, identity, which is stick to the materials, is transported through these digital tools. But Olena, you wanted to add?
Yeah, I would like to add that, yeah, this demolished material has a lot of different meanings for different people from different regions. But I think it's time to be creative and to think how we can use this material to rebuild our country. And for example, some ideas, it sound quite a bit crazy, but they can be applied. And recently, for example, I read an interesting investigation conducted in Dublin, that how we can use recovered crushed concrete for carbon sequestration by our agricultural fields. So can you imagine that we use this concrete from crushed buildings to improve fertility of our soil that was quite challenged and devastated by war hostilities? So it's very innovative, and we have to think about that, and it's give us a lot of opportunities.
Thank you. I would like to open to the audience, and let's collect again 2 or 3 questions. If you would, please.
Thank you all very much. Alexandra Koidel, Kyiv School of Economics. I have a question. Could you tell a bit more how and for which purposes you cooperate with municipalities, with municipal governments, I mean local self-governments, if they're featured in your projects as partners or something? What are your ways of dealing with them? And for the mapping, I wonder if your maps include administrative borders, if they have a layer of the ATCs, basically, so that a Hromada could check which of your data is exactly within its administrative borders. And one last question for the participatory mapping. Can you tell a bit more about what it is?
Let's have a second question and then.
Participating mapping.
Just wait for the second question. Then.
I do have another question to you, Elena. So yeah, just to wait for a bit. I'm Maren Hofus from University of Hamburg. I also have a follow-up question on your mapping practices, especially the project on the practices of care. I very much liked everyone's kind of focus on the humane and communal dimension, but I was particularly struck by the practice of care that particularly evolves, especially, I believe, through the mapping practices. But could you also say something about the moral dimension that kind of follows up or evolves from those practices of care, and possibly the solidarity among the people that are participating?
Okay, two questions, Elena. So the one is about the participatory mapping, and then this practice of care and how you do.
Yeah, I think it's connected. It's all about people. So as I started documenting war in Ukraine, you can understand there is like 40 millions of stories of the current events. So every Ukrainian have its own story, and I think it's super important to not just operate with data or with digital tools, but it's super important to operate with manual tools and people's stories. And so for the practices of care, actually, as we talk about Venice Biennale, the last architectural Biennale, we had also beauties of care projects where we actually collected people's stories, how they deal with the changes of their places, how they what they took with them when they were displaced, how they live in the new place. And it was a lot of very touching stories. For example, about agriculture, we had a story of displaced people who took their grains with them. So they went from Kherson to another oblast with their grains, and they immediately started gardening and putting grains to the soil. And yeah, and gardening, for example. And there are so much examples and so much dimensions of this care about the soil. Yeah, I think Ukrainians have special connection with the soil. So if you ask every Ukrainian have its own piece of land where he could grow something. So it's personal, but it's also very general. And yeah, I think it's participatory mapping. It's a practice that we also include crowdsourcing for mapping some stories, some artifacts, and some testimonies, and also some testimonies and some facts that only people could know, people on place, not the official history, but yeah, rather people histories.
Okay, thank you. And we had this question about localization as well in terms of the municipalities. Could you answer, Olena, whether your data is somehow for municipalities and available?
We are mostly stick to administrative dividing of our territories, and the way we cooperate with our communities. So before starting our soil sampling, we contact them. We try to contact and to understand where we can find hotspots, which farming they're going to, for example, some of communities, they want to help their farmers to give some subsidies to help renovate, revitalize their lands, and we ask them where we should particular go to take soil samples and to which information you want to get from us, and do they want us to provide only information about the state of soil, or do you want us to provide information how to remediate this soil, to which extent you should to develop some treatment measures for these or that areas, and so on.
Okay.
No, we are talking about exact farmlands. Yeah, farmlands.
Okay. Other questions? Please.
It's for me, it's very, very interesting. So you have something like a cataster where you put all this information in, because if you're a farmer, you should have been compensate for this, because you cannot use it anymore. So you need a cataster for this lists, and also your foreign customers for your food, they should be informed if it's from the endangered area, or is it a clean area where they receive the crops, for example. Because I still remember in Iraq, the Americans shooting these guided bombs, and it was totally forbidden to use this kind of land for making food.
Yeah, I want to say that we initially we had a lot of concerns about the state of our soil, and my colleagues from Bern, from Zurich, they say, okay, probably you should withdraw all these territories from food producing and so on. And our first tests, they showed that the situation is not so bad. And now we have in Ukraine, we mostly focused on craters, trenches left by missiles attacks and so on. And we have in Ukraine about several millions of such craters. And what I can say, the situation is not so bad. And even if we find some elevated concentration of heavy metals, that our soil is so so clever that in our soil it forms some special structures. There's these heavy metals that they're not they're immobilized, so then cannot be uptaken by plants. Of course, we should monitor the soil, we should map these sites, but they are not so easy. These heavy metals are not so easy for uptake by plants. And our next step, yeah, of course, on such areas, for example, where techniques, military techniques was burned or exploded, so it's like a hotspots. We should map these areas, we should develop remediation, tailored techniques for these areas, or where places where oil was spilled. But really, that is why we are going to create this map. So for now, we have just like, I don't know, maybe 40 or 60 cases documented in this map. But we have, as I said, about 3,000 soil samples from different regions of Ukraine. And our idea is to create this map and to make it available for international experts, because we don't have so many experts who could cover all the territory of Ukraine. And if we can involve voluntarily or paid international experts who can help our communities and say, okay, I don't need to go to this or that area as a community, I can just get access to this map and I can see what situation and this region, and I can develop a tailored technique, and it will help our communities to calculate, first of all, financial losses of these farmers, and probably it will be a part of appeal that we can go for international court for reimbursement of money that our farmers lost. So yeah, it's main idea to create this map, and we're going to go for next run of our project. Now we are negotiating the next project with DEFRA. DEFRA is a Department of Forestry and Agriculture of the UK government, and for them we want to cover in a grid format 6 oblasts of Ukraine. It's about 10,000 soil samples, and to put them on map to show these hotspots and which farmland still health is safe and can be used for agriculture.
Yeah, thank you. Is there a question in the audience? Because if not, I would like to refer what Katerina said about, you mentioned capacity building through use of data by communities. And basically what Elena, you said is an example of using the communities, in your case, the community of experts in soil detection and evaluation, and through the use of the data to create then the communities. Is that the similar process you have described in your first example?
It's a complicated parallel, and it's hard for me to grasp it. But I believe what I was trying to what I meant was that there is the exchange of knowledge, that it's not only one direction knowledge that comes from us as an expert, but the way we use the data from the Hromada, the same way we produce the data on their request, and we learn to work with information received from them the same way as they learn to work with what we produce as an expert.
Because we had in the last panel the discussion on how we can network and bring all the different platforms in cooperation. And of course, if you have a purpose-driven need to use the data, then of course cooperation and communities are established. And I think that is something which has been a bit the key topic here for this panel, which has turned out to be less. It has been practical in terms, because I was thinking we were talking about, of course, we talked about material reuse and recycling and soil, but it turns out that that we were talking about how to raise awareness, how to bring through digital tools knowledge in communities, and how we can solve very practical problems. And that was something you have really raised, the practical problems on the ground, whether it is the building material, whether it is the soil, whether it is the way how we deal with the effects of destructions, how we use then as a tool, really as a tool, the data driven solutions to overcome and to develop solutions. So thank you very much from my side for this. Any last comment or statement related to what we have heard? If not, we are looking for coffee, and then we are approaching the end of this beautiful conference. And thanks a lot for our panelists again. And I would like to hand over to Mariana again.
Thank you so much. Wonderful panel. I was really looking forward to this panel in particular, so thank you so much. Just before we have a longer coffee break, I wanted to make a couple of comments. We are approaching the end of our conference, so we're looking forward to the final session, which is a lecture of Asa Basdeva. Unfortunately, our academic lead, Geza, got sick. It's a flu season, so we had to make small changes in the program. So I will be the one who will moderate this final session. We're looking forward to seeing you back in this audience in 30 minutes. Before that, I wanted also to say a big thank you to our technical crew. We have a very tricky setting. This hybrid format is always very, very tricky, and always there's something that goes wrong with the Zoom or sound or something else. So thank you very much for securing that everything goes so smoothly today. And also I wanted to give a round of applause to a bigger invisible team that has been helping out with the conference. To our student assistants who are helping out and doing lots of invisible things, to our team members, Sarah, Marta, Karin, Anand, Mert, everyone really in this room. Till we have lots of hidden works, making notes or showing our speakers that it's a little bit time to wrap things up. Thank you so much for supporting everything going smoothly. Big thanks, and see you in 30 minutes after some coffee and talks. Come back, take your seats, make yourself comfortable, and we will be starting. I am reminding our online audience that you're very welcome to leave your comments on questions in the chat. It's moderated, so if you're facing any technical difficulties, please ask moderators for assistance. I hope you're still with us. And I'm happy to announce our last session. I'm very happy and excited that Asa is presenting tonight. So the stage is yours. Asa Bastreva tonight with us with her lecture. And then we're having a discussion. You will have an opportunity to ask your questions, and hopefully we'll make some conclusions for the day together.
Thank you, Marina. Thank you so much. I'll start with a disclaimer. I'm feeling a bit sick, so in case I'm hallucinating at some point, you can show signs. So yeah, we have the slides, and we have 30 minutes, yeah, for the talk. First of all, I want to start with my thanks to Gezat Zimmer, who is not here, to everyone who is involved, to the organizing for of this conference, to Marina, to Anya. Yes. I think it is very important to have this conversation. I'm really happy to hear colleagues from other fields of expertise. And while I was listening to other talks today, I was thinking about how important it is that we often really disagree and have very different ideas and visions of what recovery should be. And I think this is what I like the most, especially as the kind of the Maidan and post-Maidan generation, to see that that there are many ideas, some of which might not particularly be resonating, but I trust the passion that other people share towards making something that contributes to how we want to live in Ukraine or relate to Ukraine in different ways. So my task for today was, or the task that I received from the organizers was to speak about recovery, but specifically from post-colonial and decolonial perspective. And for those who are not necessarily familiar with what these perspectives are, it means that when we look at terms such as recovery, we don't understand them as neutral terms, that they all have such terms have historical specificity, geographical specificity, but also in my case, we will be looking at recovery with consideration of political subjectivities, or to be more precise, to how they are often overlooked or neglected. And so I will be talking about it in three parts. The first one is recovery as a socio-technical imaginary. Then we will talk about the actual agency and what it is and how it manifests or how it is overlooked. And then in the last part, the planetary war, it sounds very pathetic, but it's a very specific term that I take from anthropologist Adriana Petrina. And in that part, I'll talk about, very briefly, but I'll talk about how war and climate are interrelated. And the reason why I'll be talking about it is also because very often in Germany, but also in other Western European countries, the climate conversation and the war conversations are separated, but the point will be made that it's actually one and another. So now we can start. So with recovery, I said that I will be talking about it as a socio-technical imaginary. And socio-technical imaginary, it's a specific term that comes from science and technology studies. And it stands for collectively imagined forms of social life and social order, reflected in the design and fulfillment of nation-specific and technological projects. So to put it in a simple words, essentially it's a set of beliefs and ideas that become enablers for, let's say, infrastructure building, implication of various political projects and so on. And examples of socio-technical imaginaries are sustainability or climate change, or green energy transition. So a certain vision that then becomes kind of a main driving force for certain changes. So I will be talking about recovery, and I will start with a very specific case. I never thought I will be talking about it ever, but Here it is. So in 2018, I was in Ukraine and I was a young and naive researcher. And I was hired by a group of Western architects, I think 4 men from different companies, who approached me, and they knew me through when I was doing my education in research architecture. But anyways, so they approached me and they said, hey, look, we got this grant from the European Union, and we want to make a visit to Chernobyl and to make a brochure and so on and so on. And so they hired me to do all the kind of research for the future brochure, which I did, but then also to make this poster. And they said they want to make a fun project. So they said it should be Happy, Healthy Chernobyl. And so I covered half of the poster so we don't see the names. But anyway, so I did this poster, which also was not really my job and not for that money, but I was very young. So I did that. But what is interesting and why I'm starting from this, I think, I assume, maybe too ambitiously, but I think all of us know what Chernobyl is, right? And I think regardless of where in Europe or outside, regardless of where we grew up, we have some kind of immediate association with Chernobyl. Let's say that Chernobyl is a contaminated land, the exclusion zone, completely abandoned, kind of it stands for this catastrophe and so on and so on. And so people who approached me for this particular workshop that they were planning to do, and I think eventually the idea was to go into Chernobyl, to be like a tourist, to talk about architecture, and that was it. But the idea was that we can reimagine Chernobyl not as a scary place anymore, but to think about what is the potential recovery of that land. And you also might remember that around that time, so 2018, 16, 17, around that time there was a lot of, or at least I saw it, often there was a lot of kind of mentions of Chernobyl that suddenly becomes this place where the wildlife recovers. And so it suddenly became a place of an interest and kind of like a phenomena that the absence of humans can actually do good, and so on and so on. And so multiple different agents were trying to kind of see this as an opportunity. Let's say this is only one example of this potential reimagining of Chernobyl as a place where kind of that can bring profit. And so this is the group of architects that imagined or suggested the types of tourism that is extreme, industrial, ecological, game tourism, and photo safari. So around that time, we see also kind of the change of the rhetorics in the media, that again, that the wasteland or the idle land is being transformed. And I was curious while working on that commission. I was also curious why there's so many kind of demands or different prompts that suggest that the land can be now something else, and why the rhetoric is changing. So I think everyone who ever worked with Chernobyl is very familiar with these maps. And essentially, these are the map of the pollution by cesium and strontium. And the thing is that as opposed to uranium that has enormously long half-life of decay, and the same with plutonium, so the most of the land in Chernobyl is polluted by cesium, and cesium, the half-life of cesium is 30 years. So essentially, if Chernobyl happened in 1986, in 2016, when suddenly this kind of change of interest occurs, it's exactly when the land is becoming less dangerous than it was assumed before. And also, around that time, it was kind of the completion of sarcophagus was becoming very visible on the horizon. And again, the rhetoric around it was that now the nature is properly, or the disaster is properly tamed. So this area is dangerous, but not so much. And around this time, this was still Poroshenko, the legislation around Chernobyl was changed. First, it was a suggestion of a change, but then the proposition was the following. So the idea was that in the exclusion zone, let's say, was a very special in relation to land legislation and taxation, because it was what we call in Ukraine off balance. So this land, according to the law, there could be no industrial activity allowed in the exclusion zone, except for scientific activities. But also some of us know that it was actually not true. I mean, there was no, it was kind of tax-free and so on and so on, like exempt from law, but there was a lot of illegal activities, smuggling, illegal logging, and someone asked about the contaminated soil, but also radioactive wood, we know, was shipped to various places across Europe and ending up in IKEA and whatnot. But anyway, so there was a lot of weird activities all the time, and particularly around the time, there was many years when Schufrich was kind of responsible for the zone, and it was a massive hunting ground for people. There was also a lot of kind of weird manipulations of land and so on and so on. So there was happening something, but only around this time, the legislation was changed to make this land, let's say, inviting and friendly for the foreign investors. And this is also really interesting because, again, the rhetoric about the place is that it was a wasteland, but now it can work. And then this whole development vocabulary about how to make it profitable. But then, of course, obviously, it wasn't really clear or transparent or kind of socially negotiated what is going to happen there. And one of the projects, I mean, there were many different ideas what to do with this land. And the leading, so partially it was imagined as a kind of space for tourism, although it has been a space for tourism for many years, but without infrastructure. It was also imagined as potentially a place to store nuclear waste, because Ukraine paid Russia to store Ukrainian nuclear waste in Russia. But then the other plan was to stall and get money from European countries for storing nuclear waste in Chernobyl. But then one of the kind of semi-realized projects back then was Chernobyl Solar, and it was a joint, it was a collaboration between German investors and Ukrainian investors to make Chernobyl into a solar farm. And then, I mean, last year, no, a few years ago, I was trying to further like investigate this whole solar panel operation, and it is very depressing because I think every energy project in Ukraine, it starts somewhere in Ukrainian resources, and then the money goes somewhere further west and disappear in Austria or Switzerland. So it's very difficult. But I was following this whole kind of makeover and the rhetoric of Chernobyl becoming not a wasteland, but actually a very good resource. And this image is the sun forecast. And you know that in Europe, there is a lot of concerns about climate change. But the same concerns, when they are applied towards Ukrainian land, they are seen as very promising because there's a lot of sun and there will be more sun, and therefore the solar panels will bring more energy that will be shipped to Germany or other countries. So, of course, around that time, there were also human or UN reports that were suggesting that the land should be kind of taken with consideration of people. But then again, like in many conferences, there are these considerations, but it's not always clear whether they are implemented in what form. What is important for me in this case is that the recovery, the whole logic of recovery of Chernobyl produced, I mean, first Chernobyl is a disaster, but then Chernobyl as a site, so Chernobyl is a site for disaster and disaster management, but also Chernobyl as a site for future recovery. Both kind of enabled the development of various regimes of power and kind of the very obscure and oblique regimes of power that were actually very untransparent and beneficial for some, but not beneficial for others. And it's really, I think Chernobyl recovery and the recovery of disaster is a good example, because as you can imagine, following the disaster which affected, and this was the first case, let's say, if Ukrainian war stays in Ukraine territorially, Chernobyl spread, the cloud spread all over Europe. So various countries were interested in containing the disaster in Ukraine. So the money flew in the 90s to kind of figure out how to contain the contamination and so on. But this kind of influx of money created its own weird economies around it. And there is a book which I really recommend by Adriana Petrina, which was published in 2002. And she argues in this book that the Chernobyl and these oblique regimes of power produced a certain kind of biological citizenship. And this is a very interesting point, because we were just talking about with Katerina, who talked about asbestos, and we recalled how all of us played with asbestos and with schiffer as kids without knowing that it's dangerous, and so on and so on. And then we talked about how in different, I'm from Donbass, Katerina is from Kyiv, and we talked about how, like, in our circles, let's say, there were people dying in a young age, but no one could ever know why. And we cannot know, is it asbestos? Is it poverty that our family underwent? Is it something else? Is it something else? And so what Petrina makes a really good point in this book is that in the 90s, when the country collapsed, and it was really, people survived the way they could, and some of us remember that very well. And it was really difficult to say, or like to identify also, because there was no research, there was no resources and so on, what is exactly your illness. But because of Chernobyl and because of this whole international apparatus that was set up to kind of deal with it, one way to receive some form of help was to prove that you're a victim. And it was also really hard, because the norms that were established, they're very arbitrary. Like the zones, 30 kilometers, it was all very kind of, they had to act fast, so to say, but it was very difficult. And so with the victims of Chernobyl, there was also a specific date, I think it was 24th of June or July, 86, those who were born after, or those who were a bit further, didn't count. And so this produced a whole schema of people trying to actually get some money to survive, and that was the only way. So Petrina argues that this produces this kind of biological, so it's this whole disaster that, again, some scholars argue that imperialism begins much earlier, when certain sites are designed as place of the infrastructure and as a place for potential catastrophe. And then there is this long durée of these processes where eventually kind of some people they have to be in this framework, they have to be rendered as these kind of citizenships. But what for me is important also is that some, and surprisingly, or not unsurprisingly, even in Ukraine, not many people know that even before Chernobyl, there were protest movements across Ukraine, massive protest movements before Chernobyl and after Chernobyl that were addressing the dangers, the potential dangers of atomic energy, and so on and so on. And for me, this is important. Historians see these protests also as kind of this proto-independence movements of Ukraine. And we know that Ukraine gained independence in 1991. And in Europe, and those who read European philosophy, you know that Habermas notoriously said in 1991 that now, after the fall of the Berlin Wall and collapse of the Soviet Union, this kind of smaller undemocratic countries, they have to catch up with the development of Western democracy. But I mean, the developments are in place, and this is what I will be talking about. So anyway, there were massive protests, and again, the questions of ecology, human rights, the rights of local people, all of this existed. around that time. So we see, again, these two kind of like parallel situations unfolding where the actual resistance of people is not seen. And then eventually happens, what happens, the Chernobyl and so on and so on. And then we have people whose only way to kind of survive in the ruins is to prove their own victimhood. So this brings me to ownership. So I want to illustrate it a bit better. I want to bring an example from a movie, Ukrainian movie, which is called Atlantis. And it was made as a dystopian, semi-dystopian movie. It was released in 2019. So you know that the war started in 2014 and it was released in 2019. So it was a few years after the beginning of the war, but still a few years before the big invasion. And this semi-dystopian movie, it is set in Donbass. And the events in this movie take place in 2025, which is now. And so by this time, or according to this movie, in 2025, Ukraine won the war over Russia and is now building a wall with Russia, an actual concrete wall. But as you can imagine, the land is completely devastated. And the protagonist is a young veteran who suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. His entire family was killed and so on, but he survived. And he works on the power plant. No, it's not a power plant. Горно-обогатительный завод. So, exactly. So they work with a lot of geological matter. And so this is a very kind of old, you can see it's a very old, like end of 19th century kind of plant. And at one point, the entire crowd of workers are gathered there and we don't see their face. So they're just a mass of people, voiceless. And we see an owner of this plant that talks to these people. And he speaks English with very distinct British accent. And he says, you know, it's time to harness new technology and imagine new bright future for Ukraine and da-da-da. We don't want to be the country of the past. And so essentially he speaks with this very Silicon Valley lexicon to people who will be unemployed tomorrow. And it's very interesting that, in fact, the idea is that the plant will be closed and he kind of withdraws his business forever. And so we don't know what's going to happen to the workers. And what is interesting that Donbass, as some of you know, the whole region, it has a geological name, and this name, Donetsky Basin, it was given to the area when first it was salt and then coal discovered. And the development, the massive development of this area started with English investments with John Hughes. And then it was taken over by the Soviet Union. And so this region was always this region of extraction. And what is important for me here, and coming back to the ownership and subjectivity and agency, is that, so we see a protagonist who is from this land. He fought for it. He lost his family while fighting for it. And he wants to be here. This is his home. And now he's unemployed also. And he accidentally saves life of this woman who speaks with German accent. I don't know. But she is, according to the movie, she's in this area with the environmental monitoring mission. And she says, we can talk privately. And then she says, you know, we can give you a second chance and find you some kind of job in Europe. You can start a new life. And he said, you know, I actually want to be here. And she says, but look at this land. It's, you know, it's not livable anymore. And he says, no, actually, I did some research. And I think that the water problem can be solved and it can be livable. And she said, no, we will not invest in that because this is economically not viable. And I think this encapsulates kind of a situation that is familiar for us in Ukraine since a very long time. So you're kind of like in between two worlds, one that is attacking you with cruise missiles, and the other and tries to annihilate everything that was relevant to you and that makes you as a human. And the other one kind of can only understand you if you have resources, and that's about it. And I don't have much time, so I'll recommend you to read this text where I explain why exactly I'm talking about Donbass and why exactly I'm interested in this question of resourcification. Because it is very important to understand that there's very different kind of or sets of powers at play, right? And while ones will try to annihilate Ukraine as a political entity, the others will still kind of only see the value in it if this proves to be a good resource. And so this all is in the text. I will skip it for now about resourcification. Oh my God, 5 minutes. The long history of resourcification, Ukraine of the breadbasket is part of it. We're skipping it. But so Ukraine as a resource and the space for these transactions is part of this war. And again, I mean, you all followed the Trump and the rare earth negotiations. So it follows the same logic of we can only value you if you're a resource. Part of German current negotiations about Ukraine becoming a supplier for green energy and so on and so on, still within the same logic, heavily internalized. This is fragment from a speech of Zelensky 3 years ago, but it's essentially the same rhetoric that you need us because we are energy, you need us because we are a buffer, you need us because we provide food and so on, but not because we are humans and actually just like other humans who didn't attack anyone. Deserve to live in peace. And coming back to Petrina, her recent article picks up from No Milk, No Love and continues talking about Ukraine as territory and how this kind of understanding produces less than real country. And so it also kind of, we can also reformulate this as that Ukraine, when it's only seen through its resources, it becomes part of this, the sovereignty of Ukraine is only seen as a conditional. So you can be, we can stand for your rights only if you provide this and that and that. And we also again see now very well with the current negotiations. So coming back to reconstruction, again, so this is a quote, actually the entire set of conversations that you can find on eFlux architecture. It's called Reconstruction of Ukraine. And in 2022, I was part of this big symposium, Everything is Online, where there were very different sets of thinkers, practitioners, where we talked about what reconstruction is and should be and how it involves people and so on and so on. And one of the thought was also that Ukraine might be this failed state, and this idea of a failed state might drive a reconstruction economy. So this comes back to this very idea that reconstruction, the idea of reconstruction has its own economy at play, that sometimes is much more beneficial than actually kind of making sure that Ukraine will live, let's put it this way. And the planetary war, I will be concluding soon. Here I wanted to, I mean, I wasn't planning to, but I decided to edit. Again, everything in the detail is written in this text. 2023, I wrote Micro, Meso, Macro, where I look at Ukraine and Germany, and particularly kind of relationships between the conversation around climate and around war, especially because in Germany they are very separated, and especially because very often in Germany I was told that, but climate is much more important of a question than the war. But in fact, again, if we look at Germany's climate rhetoric over the past year, essentially it kind of co-produced the war in Ukraine, and I think you know it also very well. Here I have much better arguments for which I don't have time, but it's really interesting that this is a slide, this is a picture from a conference that I attended as a researcher last year, where it was all about hydrogen. It's a new hype, right? To make energy green, especially in Germany. And everyone, it was a massive European conference in Brussels, so everyone wants to build infrastructure. And when asked these questions about how is it going to work? They don't know, but they say we invest in infrastructure now, and then we will see. And we know that it's very different temporality for people who want to make decisions and money now, and for whenever I don't know if Ukraine will ever know if it works or not. But also the thing is that hydrogen is an imagination, because you can only produce with renewable energy some amount of hydrogen for a bus, but not to kind of change the entire energy supply. And so for that, you need to actually produce hydrogen. You need to burn a lot of gas. And the plans are that you can burn it in Ukraine. So anyways, my point was that climate is also like, I'm very resistant when I'm told about how I should be care about climate through the lens of people who care about climate at the cost of people who cannot survive, essentially, or they become targets of this long-term consequences. And this is another text, this editorial from Reconstruction Ukraine, which I recommend to read. But here, the editors, they're talking about radical approach to reconstruction, which, again, it sounds very obvious. This is something that we repeat here all the time, that it's not only about top-down, that it includes humans and people and those who actually live. But whenever I hear it, because this is what you can hear in every conference, right? But what does this actually mean, I always ask. And I want to, I have a few more slides, but I want to bring back to Adriana Petrina. So she's an anthropologist, actually, and her work in Chernobyl, all her research was done in the 1990s. And this article came out just in 2022 or maybe 2023. And she talks about Ukrainian war being a planetary war, and this comes back to the title, not in the sense that like Ukraine is the most important, all people of Earth should look at Ukraine, because there's so much struggle everywhere. But she points at how the struggle in Ukraine is symptomatic of multiple struggles across the world that were not recognized, and where the struggle for human rights in Second, Third War, the struggles to protect their livelihoods against intrusive extractive regimes is exactly the struggle for kind of livable and habitable Earth. But then it was not recognized so many times, and it was separated so many times. So she points out that to be pro-climate, we should recognize how people want to live and build their lives. And she talks about deoccupation. So the article is called "Deoccupation as Planetary Politics." So she talks about deoccupation not as the withdrawal of troops and then kind of investments that rebuild and that's it, but the construction of people's livelihoods. And that means that it's finally listening to how people lived and how they want to live, and not coming with an ideas of what kind of one thinks they should be living. It's a bit ridiculous sometimes. And to give a bit of a proposition, also one of the texts from the reconstruction. So my point is that Ukraine has a very long history. Some of us know this history. And it's a very long history of resistance. And it's also a very long history of gardening. It's also a very long history of community building, and so on and so on. This existed. It doesn't need some kind of reinvention. So our problem, I think, is not the lack of care for nature, or the lack of care, or the lack of imagination on how to build communities. Maidan, a fantastic example of largely horizontal, rhizomatic self-organization that had no center and had different political activities and so on and so on. So the proposition, one of the proposition is to understand those, to see them, and to provide certain of us kind of see how they can be recognized, how we can see and how we can provide certain legal structure or facilitate legal structure to make this visible and kind of continue live. And there was a comment earlier today from a person that unfortunately left, precisely about that there is this government and there is people and the way they organize is much more efficient from whatever Ukrainian government comes up with. And often our government comes up with ideas of making Ukraine as a startup country and to make invisible and obliterate all these multiple resistances that we've had within and multiple initiatives that we've had within Ukraine while trying to make it habitable for ourselves. So this is the occupation. And as a postscriptum, and now I'll have just 2 minutes. So as a postscriptum, I decided to add a reference to this film again, because climate, coming back to climate conversation. So some of you might know that in the 19th century, Ukraine was a site of oil extraction under Austrian-Hungarian Empire. And in 1860s, there was a massive strike among the workers, and it's considered to be one of the very earliest massive socialist, like proto-socialist strikes in Europe. The thing is that not many people know about it, and even a few years ago, I was in a conference in Austria where people talked about Ukraine and oil extraction in Halychina, but without Ukrainians somehow. And I was really perplexed because the movements, the social movements that were happening there were unprecedented in scale. And even in Ukraine, we somehow don't have much memory about things, including this one, or cultural memory. But also there was this film that, so there is a book which is called Borislav is Laughing, published in the 19-something, first half of the 20th century. And then also, I think the book is published in 1920, and then there was a film by All Ukrainian Film Production that was about it. But the reason why I want to say it's in the postscriptum, there's a lot of things that were politically potent in Ukraine and still are, including the way civil society organizes and so on and so on. But a lot of it somehow doesn't make it to the level of recognition, and it's not a problem of us only, it's a problem of who doesn't want to see it. And it's much easier sometimes to see someone as a damaged country that needs help, or as Habermas says, as a country that needs to catch up with the European time, than to recognize that there's actually, and this recognition and seeing into the struggle demands much more work and kind of individual labor. And this is the last slide from a friend, Daria Cymbaluk, amazing scholar. I recommend to read all her works. So she wrote in 2022, she wrote, "Imperialism, including Russian imperialism, operates through erasure. Today I'm thinking of the many forms of erasure Russian imperialism takes in Ukraine across time and space, where erasure is not a single gesture, but a systematic and intentional destruction of people's lives and everything and everyone that constitutes these lives, including multi-species relationships and languages." And again, erasure is part of the things. There's so many things that were made in Ukraine, but people, archives, and so on were erased. And I think, again, coming back to reconstruction, we all need to kind of consider reconstruction as something that sustains everything that is in danger. First and foremost, something that sustains that is what is threatened before we even think about rebuilding or reconstructing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Asa. I suggest to start our discussion. To our audience online, I'm not Professor Geza Zimmer. Sorry to disappoint you if you were expecting her. Unfortunately, she's sick and cannot moderate the discussion. So I have an honor and privilege to do that. Thank you. Yeah, to make this absolutely clear for our audience. I'm Marina Semenchenko, and I coordinate the project that UNITAC conducts in Ukraine. Asa, thank you so much. I enjoyed your lecture so much, and this whole day, to be honest. So we're facing the big responsibility to summarize it somehow, but first let's talk a bit about your lecture. I found it fascinating how much the historical examples that you were providing resonated with me today, and how many linkages I saw with the current agenda, with the news. The topic of victimization is something I felt strongly about when you were talking about those Chernobyl people who had no other better options or no social elevators offered by this collapsing country, this collapsing late Soviet state, and they had nothing better probably than take this role that is offered to them, a role of a victim, and just to live out of this aid. And these days we see something similar, especially I think it's relevant for Germany, because Germany is the country that received the biggest number of Ukrainian protection seekers or refugees, whatever we call these people, whatever we label them, me including. And there's a big debate what to do with these people. Some political forces are not happy that not so many Ukrainians are employed here. They are very frustrated with how people are adopting in this new setting. Yet it seems like they didn't manage to find a better role or a more sustainable role than building themselves into this system that offers them a role of a victim and to live out of some financial help from the state.
Okay.
If you
No,
can comment.
Perfect. Yes, again, I think this is a brilliant point, because I think there are so many violences of the war and imperialism that enables the war. But one of these violences is that puts you in a position of choice and no choice simultaneously, like witnessing the war and testifying, like seeing those images from Bucha. On one hand, it's a choice because we want to see, to understand, and to testify about the crimes. On the other hand, we have no choice, right? Because this violence was put on us. Similar with the position of the refugee or this whole victimization, because it does have a point, right? And I think particularly with Chernobyl, a lot of, let's say, post-colonial or post-colonial scholars or also political entities in the 90s, they said Chernobyl is an example of imperial politics. So they kind of used, justly so, this as to kind of for their argument about Russian imperialism. At the same time, it was also the whole Chernobyl issue was heavily kind of used by different kind of actors that were essentially aiming only at receiving some funds, you know. And even the workshop that I started, I mean, it's kind of ironical because everything looks right? So the money from you, the idea is to do something with local people, but it's kind of like a Potemkin village at the end. So there's a lot of it going on. But coming back to this idea of victimization and the identity of victim that is imposed, it's a similar kind of double violence, because on one hand, like I will not talk about myself as a victim. On the other hand, I have to make the case that there is violence and injustice, right? So it's also this choice without choice. And this brings us to also, I mean, I always, whenever I talk, I come back to Maidan and the idea of dignity that became so evident, or like let's say, what's it called? The way people called Maidan the revolution of dignity. So dignity is a fundamental quality of one's subjective life, right? And so coming back to this position of victimization and the role of victimization, on one hand, you want to sustain what makes you human, right? And therefore to conduct a subjective life and demand or expect recognition of such. On the other hand, you also have to be able to, you know, and our job is always remind that, you know, Russia attacked Ukraine. And as we see in the news, it's not obvious for some people that Russia attacked Ukraine. So, and I wanted, I mean, if unfortunately I didn't have 3 hours of time, but if I had, so there is this fantastic article, which is there's shorter version, longer version, but it's called Dehumanizing Discourse of Resilience. It's an article by Malaka Shwaikh, and she talks mostly about Palestine, but you can see the parallels of this kind of, because if you left Ukraine, let's say, then you're a victim, let's make sure that you don't ask too much or that you behave as such. You have to be convincing in your suffering, but not too much because it's hard to deal with, and so on and so on. If you choose not to, and a lot of people who said, I come back. I cannot live like this. I go back. And a lot of people go back or never left, like my family. But then they're seen as resilient, and then people say, but are you coming back? What you see people leave there, that it means that everything is not so bad, and so on and so on. And so this kind of, I think it's a trap, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, indeed, it's like there's no right answer here. You cannot be the right victim or the right version of a resilient person who made a choice to stay. You made an interesting point about instrumentalization of this kind of good narratives. We all know about greenwashing, right? And now something similar can happen to recovery as well. We can label lots of things as good and positive just because they are distantly related to recovery or to, I don't know, aid to Ukraine, which does not mandatory mean that they actually benefit Ukrainians or Ukraine. I also was quite fascinated by this example, these historical examples that give me a very optimistic message, actually, and I hope that our audience found it inspiring and empowering as well. As Ukrainians, we often tend to think that we have nothing to share and nothing to contribute to the world, and that everything, all the best practices or whatever we call them, are invented somewhere in the West, which is also a construct, not a real objective thing, but something we think of a developed world. Whereas you provided these fantastic examples of very early examples of ecological protests or socialist democratic protest of workers, which at that time was something very, very progressive. And I think this is an important message for all of us to think of ourselves as someone who can contribute to the discussion and produce values and produce answers. We do not need to wait for these best practices to be produced somewhere else to import them.
Yes, I agree. And why? Oh, yeah, you started with the resources that are allocated and how they distributed and so on. I think about it a lot because I donate, just like I think most of the people I know, and at least I know how I donate. I always give money to initiatives that I know. I mean, normally it's friends or whatever they do together, and so those who are from Ukraine, we know that it's mostly through social networks that we circulate who needs what, and then together we collect money and so on and so on. And I'm thinking, of course, a lot about how, on one hand, it is only because we were doing that. And I think Maidan was the first example because it was the first revolution that had digital tools. I said it once at least because I was worried that my talk is not about digital tools, but now I said it. Maidan was the first thing that used digital tools. But anyways, and so it became this amplified rhizomatic thing where people could collect money, and somehow it worked because of the scale and so on. And so I think, on one hand, I think about that it works, and we see it with the war now. This anarchic way of functioning somehow works, but on the other hand, I'm really worried because we need institutions, and actually we have institutions. And so, and then after Maidan, we spent a lot of time kind of demanding institutions to change. Some people went to work for institutions and so on and so on. So there was this process that the war then kind of smashed. And so I still wonder how to keep this ways of, for ourselves, how we understand and how we sustain this decentralized rhizomatic ways of organizing, but at the same time bring some accountability, to make it sustainable, accountable, and safe. I don't know. Earlier today, someone said that as people who do something in Ukraine, we never feel like protected. There's never a future. You just do something. There's always some urgency, but there's never the idea that you can have some kind of long-term planning. And then something else I forgot. The second part. But it doesn't matter.
Can generate our values.
Yeah. There, many of them are there. But I think we can stop here and move on.
I think I've said enough. I really want to give you an opportunity to ask questions. So, do we have questions in the audience? Yes, please go ahead, Lena.
Just speak up. Yes.
No, we need a microphone for
Okay. Yes, thank you. I appreciate it very much. Going back to history of Donbass. And I remember that I was surprised and amazed when my friends from Lugansk, they said, okay, before industrialization, there was wild lands there, and they just recovered to that state back. So what historical Spain should we take to understand what is really a recovery, in relation to ecology, as mentioned. Also, Kakhovka Dam, there is a discussion, should we keep this or recover this infrastructure that we call colonial, or should we just get rid of it?
Thank you so much. This is a brilliant point, because I think the question of temporalities, different temporalities that coexist and have been coexisting forever. Because I mean, and if we look at different sets of interests, the answer will be different. Speaking of Donbass and the recovery, let's say as of now, the calculation is that to demine the land, we need 747 years to demine the land. As of now, so the war continues. And will it be livable? I mean, again, people lived in Chernobyl, they came back and lived, and some died, some lived, but it's also a very different idea of life, how you see life if you look at it from different spaces. Like, let's say in pandemics, you remember in Ukraine, somehow people worried about COVID the first few months, and then they realized that there's also Chernobyl was on fire, Avakov was there. So there was so many struggles that were also a threat to life. And so there's a very different understanding of what life is or can be. And with Kakhovka, I'm thinking about it a lot because I resist the narratives that were in the Western media, like, oh, the land is recovering, similar to Chernobyl. Like now we don't need to think about people who were dying, Russians who were shooting rescue workers and so on, because nature is recovering. So I think, it's a complicated question, because of course it's a colonial project, but again, I think the project of modernity that is so much criticized. But one thing is to look at things on paper, but the other thing is that actual communities that live there, and for whom we also, we cannot just say that now everything will be a massive reservoir of whatever. But yeah, it's a complicated question. And again, I don't know, I am from Donbass, like where I grew up doesn't exist anymore. And I think about it a lot. And I don't know, I cannot speak in any speculative way about it, about this place, because I know how what it was before. I know remotely what it is now. And I don't know, I only think that people who actually are there, that we need to, at this moment, we need to care about them. But I don't have a neat answer. I think no one has. Yeah.
Thank you. There was a question from Alexandra.
Thanks a lot for your fascinating talk. You put a lot of complicated things in quite neat boxes, also for people who are not specialists in this kind of philosophical questions. So, but I want to ask you to reflect. We entered this whole era of transactional politics, right? It has been already, transactional is now the word of the past 2 weeks. And what you're talking is like this normative things which, you know, shows the better of people, something like what we should be taking care. Would you have a recommendation how people who really want to stick to your approach and put it in practice, how can we either overcome this whole opposition of the transactional politics that is coming into play?
Thank you so much. I think this is the core of it. And like if we were in some, let's say, leftist intellectual conversation, we would be talking about capitalism and so on. But to not go into that direction, the transactional politics, it's weird times because everything becomes an asset, you know? And we can see it from the scale of like Chernobyl is an asset, Ukraine is an asset, someone's trauma on TikTok is an asset. Like you can make money out of anything. So the question is, and so this is the reality. Everything is transactional and will be and accelerates. I think for me, this is the question of again political organizing, or like how do we, and it's not that it didn't exist, you know, because as we or some of us still remember, Maidan started precisely because of economic reasons, right? And it was the economy that was not working, centralization of power and abuse of human rights, where people had no, like a small amount of people who came to the square for Euromaidan and so on, but people were kind of estimating the disalignments with EU or Russia. But then later it became a bigger thing, but it was precisely about that, the fact that that the government decided that and there was this laws, the laws that were proposed on January 16th, and then there was a massive clash because of that, where the government said that you do not even have right to gather in one space to decide your politics, and this was a no-go for Ukrainian society, and so on and so on. So I think the question it's the question of you know, groups and political concerns that we kind of have to, it's not something that has to be invented, it's something that has to be defended further. And again, in the Ukrainian case, someone earlier in the panel said something really important about their parents who donate and kind of very participate in some aspect of, like, let's say, the war, right? They see where to donate the money, but are not really capable politically, and also not even interested on like their neighborhood scale. And I can understand, my family is very similar, and I the person that was talking earlier about it, because she said they don't understand, like it's really hard to understand where to even start, like where does this kind of enabling, or like what enables, where their agency is. And I don't know, I don't have a master plan, but I think about it a lot, because again, being like, I was Maidan, my family at the time was anti-Maidan, we had to negotiate a lot. But what I see a lot is that it's also kind of a certain feeling of impotency on a smaller scale, because on Maidan we felt like we can do everything. But so I think it's a question for all of us to think. I mean, ideally education, but I don't know, we have no time. But yeah.
Thank you. Next question, please.
Hi, Maren Hofers from University of Hamburg. First off, thanks so much for this really impressive and thought-provoking talk on resourcification of Ukraine. I loved your article on No Milk, No Love. I learned a lot, but now to especially the question of local ownership or ownership of Ukraine in its recovery. If I understood you correctly, then what we're actually seeing in today's discourse in Ukraine's recovery is actually a complete perpetuation of neo-colonial or colonial ties, where obviously Ukraine is just on the end of everything and not in the driving seat, right? So it's again a country that will be exploited by international donors for foreign direct investment, etc. I was wondering in what sense you believe there are prospects of actually breaking with the circle of neocolonialism in Ukraine's recovery in the contemporary case. And let me explain where I come from. I just recently attended like a precursor or like a pre-conference to the Ukraine Recovery Conference in summer in Rome 2025. And I was kind of fascinated and at the same time appalled by the way in which especially also Ukrainian stakeholders from economics were very much perpetuating that talk about, like, I don't know, Ukraine becoming the AI, the new Silicon Valley, and I don't know, being the perfect place of foreign direct investors. And so I really saw like how they were perpetuating, especially this rhetoric, right, of being this exploitative country. And so I was wondering, how is it possible to break with the circle if even authorities and economists are actually, I don't know, subscribing to that very rhetoric and kind of cultivating it, right? So what are the prospects?
I'm like, where is my tarot cards? No, because I think I can only talk about prospects, but I'm like a small, insignificant, paranoid person. But whenever I think about that, I am very sad and I collapse mentally because I don't. Let's say again coming back to the Ukrainian struggle. I feel like Zelensky and his government, I mean, they actively they actively started ruining things that we've built after Maidan. That included institutions that work transparently, finance different kind of projects and so on. So everything that was kind of built with like something that was different from the previous oligarchic modes of dealing with it, they actively started to destroy and succeeded. And even now, when some of our communities are some of people already have been killed, some displaced. So the resistances and this multiple forms of self-organization where I spent my whole life before, or my conscious life, they completely disrupted. And so when I think about this, because again, what is considered to be kind of European democracy and European working institutions, it took what 200 years to develop that, right? And our time, which was again, it was just completely taken away. And of course, it's a struggle. And now, when I was in this conference in Brussels that I mentioned, and the conference was about infrastructures and what you're going to build, and then the entire Brussels, they're like, we support Ukraine so much, and then the person and Ukrainian big man will now speak on Zoom because the Ukraine is in war. And then I see this big man who is like chief of Odessa port or whatnot, like it's like mafia essentially, right? But and then I see these negotiations and Ukraine, and then I'm just like, it's really difficult because on one hand, I'm really worried that Ukraine will not survive and will be a resource forever, or that my family will be under occupational friends and so on and so on. And so we have to, or like I have to, as a Ukrainian, to speak for Ukrainian cause. On the other hand, I'm like horrified, but what the prospects of this opportunist in power that, you know, that stand against everything we've been fighting for. So in this sense, I'm very pessimistic. But on the in the other case, it's really beautiful to see, let's say, my generation. So I was born in '86. So essentially, I'm like part of the first generation that kind of grew up in the independent Ukraine. And so my generation and next generations, it's really beautiful to see how much attention and care is invested into knowing, researching, making. And for example, Katerina, who spoke earlier, I'm very proud of you. I was in committee that selected Katerina to study in MIT, and it was many years ago. And so when you see this kind of thing that's unfolding, and this gives me, it doesn't give me like planetary hope, but it gives me a little hope. And so I think this is the only way to continue.
Thank you. We had a question over there. And I also wanted to ask whether we have questions from the online audience. Great, thank you.
Yes, thank you so much for this huge impact you brought to us. It was very, very interesting for me, and I still have to work on that presentation and your lecture. I think that you, as Ukrainian, you make you too small. This victimization, I think, is not a good thing to come to the West. Because I saw the dissolution or the collapse of Soviet Union, and I work in the past in Central Asia, Caucasian countries, Turkmenistan, and okay, you are a victim of colonization of Russia, but you were also one of these Slavic states who organized the collapse of Soviet Union. And you were in the past a very strong part of the Soviet Union, very powerful, very intelligent, very clever, very smart. A lot of innovations happened in your country, in your republic. And I think it's not good to make, to be posted like a victim. You're very strong. And I tell you, everybody is expecting that you're strong. And you have to show up, and I think it's a better way than, you're very philosophic, it's very important. It's one part of the history and how to compare, how to act in this very strange situation.
Thank you so much, but I was confused. Are you talking to me as a scholar or as a country? Because I wasn't, I was not entirely sure. Both, okay. Yeah, thank you.
And we have a question from the online participant.
Yes, from Giza Zimmer. She said right in the beginning, after your talk concluded, thank you for the great talk. What would you expect from people from outside who work in Ukraine? This is on the topic of victimization. I myself don't want to victimize people, but rather want to collaborate. Is this possible? Or does the work that people do and collaborative work that people do from outside always fall into the trap of victimization?
Thank you so much for this question. Actually, I think it's really, and even today, the things that I've heard is, there's a lot of beautiful collaborations, and I don't think that every intent is eventually falling into this trap. I think also people approach this topic and the collaborations very different, and having some agendas. For some people, it's just how they can apply their expertise and be part of the project that pays. For some people, it's something else. I think it is. I think I was talking about certain imaginaries that do contribute and can contribute, but I think like individually, we always make choice to kind of get to know something and differentiate and yeah, make decisions that are considerate and to also question where our knowledge is coming from, the presumptions that are made, and so on and so on. So I think it is important and necessary to collaborate. And I think, again, I'm very thankful. Overall, I think I'm very thankful to everyone who put efforts in, and not only in Ukrainian struggle, but in many other struggles, because, you know, you could have been doing something else, but you did exactly that. I think it's important.
Thank you. Yes, another question. Let's make this the last one because we are running out of time. So please, the question from Igor.
Thank you. Wow, you gave me the microphone and I realized that my question is actually a comment. So sorry for, but one thing maybe quite random that I picked from your talk is that you used the word territory in a sort of negative way. And I understand very well where you're coming from because there are many connotations of what territory is. Foucault wrote about that a lot, like that territory is a representation of power relations. Somehow territory is about divisions, it's about ownership, ownership is about violence and so on. So now I'm doing this PhD in the French part of the Francophone part of Switzerland. And when I arrived there, they were telling me, oh no, but territoire is not about that. It is also about materiality, about the life, and it is about interest in this land, soil, its history, and so on. And I think to me, like part of what you said, well, of course, from the last comments, I see how it could be perceived in this kind of hopeless way, like what Geza mentioned in her comment, or what was the point about Ukraine being strong or not. But what I see as a strangely very hopeful sign in the profession of planners, of architects, designers who work on Ukraine now, in the last couple of years, is this renewed interest in territory as territoire, as in this delayering, understanding our land better, understanding our own history better. And I think digital tools here and all this data collection that is being gathered for this extremely wrong cause of the war actually creates these layers for us that we didn't realize before. And I think this interest is something that gives me personally a lot of hope. So territory, not just about the power relations, but territory as land, soil, whatever.
Thank you so much. I mean, in every discipline, you will have a kind of its own understanding of how they use the notion of territory. But I can say why I used territory, because when, let's say, first I often use the word territory because I don't want to use the word Ukraine, or I don't want to fall into this nation state geopolitical vocabulary, because also like if I say Ukraine, then I will immediately, or like without my will, I can be perceived as something that speaks for a certain political entity and willpower. So sometimes I try to avoid that. But in this case, when in No Milk, No Love, when I wrote that Ukraine has been rendered as a territory aside for material transaction, this I intentionally meant in kind of in a certain post-colonial sense, because again, No Milk, No Love, which was written in 2022, begins, I mean, a lot of it is about the energy debates and Nord Stream 2 and so on and so on. But what I talked, the main point in that article was that there is a certain kind of the Ukrainian whiteness, and also like from other Soviet republics, that there is often a lack of understanding that Soviet Union had its own systems and mechanisms and technologies of racialization and stratification that are not necessarily linked to the skin of color. So I was talking about that. And when I said Ukraine was rendered a territory, it means that through certain material understanding or through certain material analysis, we can see how Ukrainians they were kind of not as equal subjects. So in the logic of Ukraine, they're not political subjects, so it's not a country. Like if you read Russian statements, it's not a country. And therefore it can be annihilated. And so it's a territory. And in the logic of Europe, that says we politically support you, but we are interested that the conflict stays within your territory. So it's also kind of exclusion. This exclusion Ukrainians from geopolitical subjectivity that, let's say, France or Germany or somebody else has. So that was deliberate.
Thank you so much for your questions and comments. I now suggest also to think about two most important insights for you from today's discussions. And while you're thinking and maybe selecting from all what you've heard today, I just wanted to share a couple of my thoughts as a conclusion for today and for the conference. I'm very happy that the discussion about the notion of recovery beyond its material side happened, and I'm grateful to Elena in particular. And I think during this panel, this discussion really happened when we started to talk about recovery outside of strictly reconstruction of infrastructures and buildings, and we went beyond built environment. And this is also was your point. You started with the project called Architecture of Emergency, and then you expanded to Landscapes of Emergency, talking about specific objects or like physical objects or buildings got a little bit too small for this discussion. So I'm happy that we left this boundaries, and we talked a lot about recovery of territories, and Rob contributed to this discussion, and Olena as well. So I'm very happy that we talked about this scale as well, not within the urban boundaries, but landscape recoveries, let's say. I found a very beautiful an idea of Alexandra, and she talked a lot about the role of the national state. I think it was a very interesting continuation of yesterday's discussion. We were talking about the role of the national state in recovery. On the one hand, we're on a very clear direction towards decentralization. On the other hand, we still expect national government to support us with legislation and some frameworks for recovery to happen and to take shape. I really liked Enkel's story about coming to the Dream platform and them asking with a very Ukrainian directness, why does your platform exist? I think it's, first of all, it's a great example of a partnership, an efficient partnership and localization strategy when we're asking, what do you need from us? What kind of support do you need from us? What are you working on? And how can we support you in the best and most beneficial way? And I think this is a great question to ask yourself always. Why does your platform exist? What are you doing here? What are you trying to achieve, and whom are you trying to benefit? So Asa, I would ask you to maybe share a couple of most valuable reflections from your perspective.
From other people's presentations. Yeah, I think it was Alexandra who talked about this. This is just something that I keep thinking about and thought about it before, like this kind of involvement that operates in some scales but cannot in others. And this is something that it preoccupies me a lot, and I will keep thinking about that. And I was happy that it was brought up. And overall observations of Alexandra were amazing. Also thinking about recycling or upcycling and how this could work, and the temporality. Let's say when we talk about how the reconstruction of Ukraine must be green, and then I think about but destruction of Ukraine is very ungreen. And then how to match this, like it's just kind of questions that have no answer, but something that just affects me to think about it. Yeah, I think overall the topic of and all the efforts that are brought into thinking about reconstruction against the backdrop of destruction, and destruction that we now see is not only about Ukraine, but about, it's like something is happening. Something is happening with like all of us right now, whether in Ukraine or outside, with this new regime or like technocratic regime emerging. And yeah, it's, I think, the questions that we all think, like how do we think of recovery not as a like master plan for some time later when it's all over, but knowing that it's not going to be over. And we will have to, as Wendy Chan, she wrote, we must learn to rest while moving. So it feels like this is the, we must learn to rest while moving, because it's not gonna go away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've also remembered that we talked a lot about fighting disinformation, which was quite surprising to me because this is not directly the topic we're working with. And it's really interesting that we work with data here, we work with mapping, and we saw some brilliant examples today of how powerful storytelling and narratives and maps can be, what a powerful tool they are. But in Ukraine, what's specific and what's curious data is not only needed for informed decision making, as we used to think, it's needed for justice. We're collecting and using data as testimony for having Russia accountable in the future. And this is something that Vasil Roshko was mentioning yesterday, collecting all the evidence of damaged heritage sites and objects. And today we're talking about the same. So data serves also this very crucial purpose of creating some form of justice. Maybe it's not possible entirely, but at least, you know, approaching it and aiming for it.
I mean, I could talk more, but I think
We are. Yes, of course. Absolutely.
Good evening, everyone. I was put on a little mission here, a thank you mission, so to say. My name is Sarah Pieper. I'm the lab manager of the City Science Lab, and since Gesa, Professor Zima, cannot be here, I have the honor to say thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the amazing team of Kyiv School of Economics, then the amazing speakers today, but especially, and the lovely audience today, but especially to two amazing persons who made this happen, which is Marina and Anya, who worked super hard to make this happen. And I wish for a big applause and flowers. I'm really nervous. I was not supposed to be here, but I enjoyed working with you. I could help a little bit, I hope, but you worked so hard and it was amazing. So thank you a lot to both of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. This part is very unexpected. Thank you. Thank you so much to our partners from Kyiv School of Economics with whom we co-organized this conference. I hoped we managed to bridge a little bit these 2 days happening in two different countries, in two different cities. Thanks to all the contributors to our discussions, all our speakers, our audience, our partners. Big thanks to our online audience as well. And now we have a little buffet happening outside, so we have a chance to breathe out and to have some engaging conversations. Unfortunately, we cannot offer this to our online audience, but for us here, please join and enjoy.